advisories, including orders to relocate from dangerous areas. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki says that the government will enforce compliance in areas where residents refuse to leave despite being given notice. This event comes as the CS has announced that 46 people have so far died across the country due to the ongoing heavy rains that has caused floods and displacement. More than 1.3 million tree seedlings were planted in Uasin Gishu County during the tree planting holiday. Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B. said that his county residents have made this possible, further encouraging them to continue planting more trees. MSME's PS Susan Mangeni on her part said that tree planting had positive effects towards climate change.
Miti inatuonyesha kuna uhai hapa nyumbani. Inatusaidia kwa mambo ya climate change ambayo imepatikana hapa dunia hii. Nyinyi kila mtu adopt a tree kila mahali. Kama ni miti moja ama ni sehemu ya miti, trees will serve as guardians of our biodiversity.
Miti ni pesa. Miti ni pesa mfukoni bila jasho. Baada ya miaka 6 ukikuja hapa si utaona ni msitu mkubwa. Pandio mtoto miti na umwambie hii ndio school fees yako. Tuelimishe hawa wananchi jinsi ambavyo wanaweza ishi na misitu na jinsi ambavyo wanaweza vuna pesa kutoka kwa hizo miti na misitu.
Elsewhere, Roads and Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen also led Mombasa residents in planting 10,000 trees in Mikindani, Jomvu sub-county. Murkomen said his ministry targets to plant 30 million trees, with 20 million being planted by the State Department for Roads and 10 million by the State Department for Transport. Opposition leader Raila Odinga has reiterated that President William Ruto's government has failed to control the economy, contrary to campaign promises. Speaking in Homa Bay County during the campaign for the registration of new ODM members, Raila advised the government to find alternative methods of funding projects instead of increasing the tax burden on citizens.
Cannot be in the country or taxation of the poor. That's how not to do it. To stimulate a stagnating economy, to stimulate an economy that is under recession, you need to put money in the people's pockets. You need to introduce programs like Kazi Mtani, Kazi kwa vijana.
A court has denied a woman's request for maintenance from her ex-husband. Eldoret High Court Judge Ruben Nyakundi said that when spouses have no children who depend on them, there is no advantage for either party. The judge declared that the traditional view of men as sole breadwinners and responsible for their spouse's support is outdated. And finally, 2 workers at Judge Abida Ali Aroni's Nairobi residence have denied stealing goods valued at 60,000 shillings from her home. Patrick Isabwa and George Okweni appeared before Kibra Senior Principal Magistrate Jacqueline Kahuya and denied the charges. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obanga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nyeri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalimia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. What are we looking at today? We know it's going to be busier, definitely, because everybody's getting back into it after a day of tree planting. Let's see what happens as we get into Tuesday. A little bit of movement already happening on the Thika Superhighway, and some of that coming out of Westlands, but it still looks like it's early pickings this morning. Wet roads here and there, but a chance of rain also later, so it's a thing for us to watch. Coming off Jogoo Road, a little bit of traffic as well, and it's clear on Langata Road, clear on the southern bypass. We're also looking at clear conditions coming off Outer Ring for now. Let's see what happens coming in from the eastern bypass, and there's some traffic as you get to that Roy Junction. But apart from that, nobody out really just yet, or at least folks who are out have gotten where they're going real quick. We're going to keep an eye on things as we're getting into Tuesday proper and see what happens. Help us out here as well, folks, and tell us if you run into something or if you find a good route this morning. We'll talk about it on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
Yes,
the only way to start your day.
After 6 o'clock, it's Tuesday. It is what? It is November 14th. The 14th comes. In February, people will be saying, the month, the day of love. However, 14th is what? The day when Ypres does like that. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Every 14th of every month.
Yeah. Yes,
Ypres does like that.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they shock you.
Yes, they do.
The fuel has continued to go up.
It is not the day of love, Mark.
Yeah.
It is, one could see, because now it has become like the gold, and if somebody gives you fuel for free and you don't have to pay for it, could mean that they love you. At this rate.
And also there's an Anne Joroge who disappeared with
billions of shillings, 17 billion shillings worth of fuel.
Wow.
So it's 17 billion Valentines for her.
That voice that you hear this morning is Mark Vichachi. He's been here before, and today he's here wearing the hat of guest host. This is what outside looks like at this time in the morning.
First and foremost, I'm surprised there are roads at this time of the morning. I thought they'd go to sleep
You thought the roads
and wake up in the morning with me.
Good morning and karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Du.
Thanks for being here with us this morning. CT, good morning.
Morning, Du.
How art thou?
Good.
Yeah? Karibu.
Sante.
Eric is away for a couple of days, so here we are. The show continues and working out and looking into things that are happening through today. So, we will definitely look into education. One thing that we must talk about today, necessary for us to look at the intrigues in terms of what is happening. And we'll have that conversation. I'm just going to kick it off. We'll have that conversation at 8 o'clock. FM Boaz Waroko, who is a strategy and policy advisor, Elimu Bora Working Group, will be with us at 8 a.m. And we'll be looking at getting Kenya's education system back on track. Absolutely necessary. A lot of things are flying out of the window and grappling and trying to get control of those. Absolutely important. All right. Floods, drought, earthquake, all sorts of things. Nature's way of, settling her stomach sometimes happen. And we'll be looking at issues having to do with building weather resilient buildings in Kenya. And George Arabu, who is the Vice President of the Architectural Association of Kenya, will be with us at 7 o'clock and we'll look into those issues. Finally, at 9 o'clock, Dr. Fred Agola will be with us. And so yesterday we planted trees. Did you plant?
No.
No? City, did you eventually? No.
Do.
Yes.
I did not. I've been planting trees for a very long time. And I plant them periodically. I didn't need a day in order to plant trees.
It's something that has become culture, nature.
It's something that I do. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Well, I plant trees as well, not as frequently as him. But it's kind of hard to plant trees in a concrete jungle, because you also need to know where you are allocated space. You can't go to your landlord's place and just plant a tree
randomly,
not knowing what it would do to his car, bro.
That would be interesting. Have you read the book A Tree Grows in Brooklyn?
No.
There's a book, Tree Grows in Brooklyn, Cement City as well. But hey, all right. So those are the conversations that we will be having today. And as we get into it, we'll open up some of those for you. Where you tuned in from this morning, our live streams are up on Spice FM KE on Facebook, Spice FM KE on YouTube, Spice FM KE on X. Thanks for being here this morning. We're going to take a weather break and see what the weatherman has in store for us today. Will the heavens open? Will it be dry? We'll wait and see. And we'll come back and say hello to you. We can see you trickling in this morning into Kenya's biggest conversation. Karibu sana. Back in a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
With politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in this morning in Nairobi at 23. That will be the high, and coming down to lows of 15. It's cloudy at 15 in Nakuru. Rain showers, highs of 23 and lows of 15. Cloudy as well in Nyeri at 15 with highs of 23. We're looking into a partly cloudy, rainy morning in Eldoret. Highs of 23 and lows of 13. Mombasa is clear at 25, highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly clear Malindi also, and it's currently 26. Kisumu this morning is partly cloudy at 19, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 27 in a clear Kakamega at 16. All right, looking into Kampala, mostly cloudy, a chance of rain, going to highs of 27 and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam is clear at 24. We'll see highs of 31. All right, looking into mostly clear for now, Mogadishu at 25, highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 24 in a clear Addis Ababa, which is clear at 11. Johannesburg partly cloudy at 14, highs of 19, and Lagos is clear at 27, going to highs of 32. Kinshasa 25 and mostly cloudy with highs of 32. We're looking out into a clear Beijing at 8, going into Tuesday afternoon, highs of 12 and lows of -2, while Paris is cloudy at 11, highs of 14 and lows of 10. It's mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms in London at 10 with highs of 14 and lows of 9, and into a clear New York Monday night, 7 degrees, coming into Tuesday, highs of 10 and lows of 5.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Everybody is online this morning. Kaiser Obed rings in the morning and says, "Good morning, here I am. Thank you very much for being here, Kaiser, every morning. Good to have you tuned in." Keith Ganira says, "Good morning. Tuned in from a chilly destination situated in the nation, seeking financial support from taxpayers for the noble cause of tree planting during a holiday." Wow. All right, Don Sabwa, we see you planting trees in Malawi. We say Saya Kubazla he Mtengo, and planting a tree we say Kubzala Mtengo. Wow, okay. We're learning Malawi every day. Malawian, I guess, is the language. Every day we learn Malawian, so it's great. Ricardo Marietta says, "Good morning, kings and queens. Kitengela Eco Locked. Good morning, good people. Hapa watu walipanda mti jana. The president almost lost his upper jaw planting trees yesterday." When did this happen? The 2000. What are you talking about? All right. There's somebody who's tuning in live from Iceland. The capital is Reykjavik. Remember that name? That's a J followed by a K and an I and a Y.
Is it Reykjavik?
That one.
Anyway, we know it because an R.
Thank you very much. Somebody's tuned in from Iceland. All right. Okay. Good morning, my people. Greetings from the beautiful hills of Saboti, Trans Nzoia and Gore. We see you. Good morning to you. Tibbs Muge says, "Good morning, team. Tuned in from the UK. Thanks for all the hard work. Thank you very much for being here every day." Zeke, wonderful lady and gentlemen, have a glorious day to you too, sir. Arab Shamba, we planted trees like you forced us. What's next? Should we pay taxes on them as well? You guys now. Robert Mbogo, tuned in from Mombasa. London, Ontario is where rural karaoke is. And Peter Otieno says, "Good morning from Dagoretti." Good morning, the great team. Yesterday was peaceful. The majority had their moods lightened just by touching the soil. Well, you know how it is. They say kids play with mud, allow them to release some kind of, stress. Desmond Oti says, "Good morning, Ndu and Chief Gentleman. Good morning to you." Deep State says, "Ndu, I love your headgear." Why, thank you very much, sir. ACT will say you have good taste. Bichache, Salmianga, Watu.
Watu, how are you?
Thank
Watu,
you.
it's a pleasure to talk to you today, this morning, Watu.
Say hi to Mark. Karibu Mark.
Tisan.
As Don says. Francis Wangoi says, "Good morning, tuned in from Karatina. Are we expecting prices to hit 300 today?" Well, CT is saying it's going to go to 500. So,
Wow.
Let's see, man. Look, CT predicted a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
When the expressway was being built, and they said it would be finished by March, CT said June the next year. And true to form.
Yes.
The thing actually was opened after June.
Yes.
CT said Dollar is going to hit 200.
That I agree with him.
Is on the way.
Yes.
Because we're now at 156.
Yeah.
It's going.
I also said fuel.
You've said fuel is going to hit 500.
I said 2 first.
No, actually, you're right, CT.
I said
You
2
actually
first.
said
When we were
200 for
dithering at
fuel.
something. I said this thing
It's going to 200. And
yes. When it hit 200, I figured this thing. Nah. The moment the oil prices are being blamed on the war in Gaza, you realize, okay.
We're in the realm of impossibilities
we
becoming
get
possible.
special oil.
Yes,
special oil. It's anointed. You know, we're a Christian country, so it's anointed. And the anointing in Israel, when it's dithering, hita and tita, you know the cost will definitely be affected. That is the spiritual understanding. I'm giving you spiritual eyes, my brother. Spiritual eyes.
So there's a person here called Jules, and Jules is saying, Mark, are you a Maseno old boy?
Yes, I actually happen to be.
She knows you. She even said you were in Owen House.
I was in Olang House.
Oh, so this person was in Owen House.
Ah, okay. That I was. My dome was behind theirs.
Ah, voila.
Yes.
Okay, so you know each other, Jules and Mark, somehow. Eddie Odor says, Ndo, your headscarf is wow. Aha, thank you. Look authentic, African lady. So before I've not been looking authentic, I've been just fake Africans. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Tuned in from Montreal. That's where Esther is. Shul Stuff tuned in from the US and says good night. It's our good morning for your good night. Tuned in from Michigan is where Ruth is this morning, and Wendell Paula says, I'm Jambo Team Spice. Good morning to you all. Genesis 4:6. Then the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? Why is your face downcast? That's King David asking us some questions this morning. Who's sad? Why are you sad? If you're sad. Okay. Thank you all for joining us every morning. Great to have you in the room as we get into these conversations every day. We don't take it for granted, and it's always wonderful to have each and every one of you here. As we're getting into it this morning, CT's Proverbs this week are from is it a republic? It is.
Democratic Republic
Thank you.
of Congo. Okay? Lots of democracy in that place.
I'm telling you. Flowing out of their ears.
Why else would it be called democratic?
How do you measure democracy?
You just have to say that you're democratic.
No, you look at just the amount of freedom, and there's plenty of freedom. All that fighting that takes place, that's freedom being in operation. All the
freedom of expression.
People are expressing themselves violently.
But it's expression nonetheless.
No, it's there. I mean, you can pretend all you like, but it exists. It's actually there.
You know, when we're in high school, we used to say instead of fighting, we touch each other quickly.
Okay. The snake and the crab do not sleep together in the same hole. It's a proverb.
I'm there. Otherwise?
So many questions.
I know.
Just an observation, really. Crabs are domiciled somewhere near the coast. They're always near water.
Near the water.
Sometimes they move just slightly away from the water, but they're near water. They are water snakes. But the snakes that live in water actually just live in water.
Not in a home.
Like fish.
And they live mostly in Australia.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Now, the other snakes, there's some you find in trees. There's some, indeed, you do find in some holes. Okay? So, but with the crab does their thing where they do their thing, the snakes do their thing where they
And if the snake was in the same hole as a crab, perhaps it would eat it.
I am not so certain. The crab is a little difficult to consume. Remember, the way snakes
crusty.
eat. Yes. They do this thing with their jaws, and they do a 180.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Then they envelope you, and then slowly swallow you. Now look at the crab and the way the crab is shaped. Where are you going to start?
You know, fun fact, scientists say that the epitome of evolution is the crab form. Because not all crabs are related. They're different species and different genus, actually. But they've all developed that form 8 times separately through history.
Crabs are funny. And then you remember crabs, they understand how to walk. They walk sideways. That's the human describing the way the crab walks. I'm sure the crab would say it's humans who walk sideways.
Yeah, like when you're walking into somebody, we normally say you're crab walking.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. And they move fairly swiftly with that way of walking.
They do.
Both in water and on land.
And on land.
So,
yes. And also among the only creatures that have what we would consider a thumb like humans. Because they have actually appendages that are not used for walking.
Should we be worried that you know so much about crabs, Mark?
No.
I happen to.
Mark knows a lot about many things. This man actually takes his time to read.
Really? This is a good thing.
No, most people don't read.
Yeah. So
they read tweets.
Yeah, or comic books.
Yes, not read. Yeah, and as far as they're concerned, they've read. Yes, I read every day.
So when you say I've read 2 books this month, they said, yeah, I've been on Twitter
the whole time, And I can tell I've read 100 tweets. That's supposed to be some seriously profound reading. Yes.
I love it. So now I'm looking at my thumbs and thinking, hey, okay, me and the crab have some.
It's actually a big deal. It's a big deal because the mental capacity of any creature that has appendages that it does not use for walking is higher. Same thing with the octopus, for example, the cleverest thing in the sea.
Cleverer than dolphins.
This is very interesting. Okay. Let's that proverb again was a crab and a snake.
No, let's start with the snake.
The snake and the crab do not live in the same hole. Do not sleep in the same hole. That's true. So everybody has their own place.
Where you find a crab, you're likely to find other crabs. Where you find a snake, the likelihood is you will find other snakes, and you will not find a crab. Not necessarily. In fact, it's unlikely you will find a crab.
Okay, let's look at the headlines today. On the front page of the Standard, well, there's your story, Mark. Intrigues behind 17 billion shillings mystery petrol deepen as Kenya Ports Authority has said the oil cargo belongs to Aramco and not Nyeri, who is, by the way, still missing. And KPA claims it had no dealings with Nyeri's company. We'll look into the meat of that story later. El Presidente is on the front page and he's planted a tree. He's dressed in the colors of the tree itself. And this was yesterday when the tree planting took place at the Kiu wetland in Makueni County. It was, he was with his first lady, Rachel, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and Dorcas Rigathi. So that was interesting to see. Now, remember that story about the Global Fund and mosquito nets and how we are or are we not, and did they not have what product or the other product, or etc., or has Kenya lost the deal? Well, the supplier, which supplier, has now delivered mosquito nets. The Ministry of Health will undertake a mass distribution of the nets after the Global Fund awarded a tender to now a different company. It's not the original company, a different one. And KEMSA was embroiled in the tender scam that saw officials sacked. But now with the new everybody in place, mosquito nets. Everybody, mosquito net for you. Mosquito net for you. You get a mosquito net. You get a mosquito net. Yeah. Okay. Mago has 250 million shillings in life, but 150 million shillings in death. Say what? The widow of the late minister has told the court her husband was worth 100 million shillings less than he had declared in Parliament during his vetting. That should be an interesting one to look into. Officials push for mobile labs to ease JSS congestion. We are having an education conversation today. We already know that we have more students than for which we have infrastructure when we get to January 2024. And the questions abound in terms of what exactly is going to happen with those numbers come January. We'll look into the meat of those. What have you got on the nation, Mark?
Well, what I've got on the nation is actually something that's quite dear in my heart, and this is the state will not victimize northeastern residents in terror war, Kindiki says. I think this is so critical. It's so hardly spoken about that we are actually a country that is visited by terror and is under the threat of terror quite a bit. But also members of the northern eastern communities have suffered many times and complained. So that's a good indication. Then we've got the LSK. I'm sorry, my stories are quite out there, the ones that interest me. But the Law Society is in a huge tussle as to who will be JSC representative. Now, what is interesting to me is the chair also wants to be a JSC representative. Isn't it enough to be chair?
The chair of what?
Chair of the LSK.
Oh, right. Also, okay.
And still wants to be a representative in the JSC. And that just tells you how much these things affect people in terms of the aggrandizement of power and office can never be outdone. 15 billion trees. That's interesting, though. 15 billion.
That's what we planted.
No, that's the target.
Yeah.
Did we get to did they get the target of 150 yesterday?
I actually think this tree planting day was a good thing.
Me too.
I think it was a really good thing.
Absolutely. I don't
think
think there's anyone here who disagrees.
Oh, there are quite a number.
No,
Okay, in this room, maybe.
Okay, so in terms of the tree planting, I don't think anyone disagrees that Kenya should plant trees. It just reminds me of Momonyoko Udongo. I don't know whether you were here, Ndu.
No, she wasn't.
Proof,
That was a long time ago.
Yeah?
It's a long time ago.
Was I on Earth?
Yes, you were.
Okay.
The late President Moi started on a very ambitious process of building gabions to limit and reduce soil erosion. And they were building gabions, and he went all over the landscape building gabions.
Yeah.
And the gabions were built. You see, I think what Mark is heading towards is a continuum that is required with these projects. You start it, it's genuinely good, and then suddenly it fizzles out. Trees have to be looked after, have to be tended for it to actually become not a little shrub or a treeling, to actually become a tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have to take care of it.
And that's the question. Have we set in motion this process that guarantees that all the trees that are planted will survive?
Yeah. And it draws to the bigger question, in as much as trees are supposed to attract rain, before they get to the stage of attracting rain, you need to think about irrigation, you need to think about how they're going to be watered and how they're going to grow. I like the idea that they're talking about schools and getting schools involved, because we do need to get the next generation involved. But 15 billion trees is quite ambitious. It's quite the move. And I didn't see the kind of PR razzmatazz before the tree planting exercise. In fact, I must congratulate all the Kenyans who volunteered in their churches and other places to plant trees. That's admirable. But if you're going to hit a target of 15 billion, you need strategy.
Absolutely.
Actually, the schools, institutions are the best place. You know why? You will have people who are there on a daily basis to tend to those trees.
Yeah. By virtue of the fact that they're tending to the
they're
area
there.
anyway.
They're in school. So
Yeah.
just part of your daily school routine is to tend. The tree you planted, you tend.
Yeah.
You see? And when you leave, somebody else takes over.
Yeah.
We had the Minister for Environment here, and we did mention that idea of schools. And we did ask if indeed they had, part of their strategy was to involve learning institutions. And we ventured to ask if they could begin forget primary, go a little earlier.
Yeah.
Because when somebody at that age gets into the habit and understands the importance of this, that is something that is going to be dear to them for the rest of their lives.
That's true. And you own it.
Yes.
So you own it.
Yeah.
You own the tree, but you own the idea.
Yes, and on top of that, trees outlive people.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things that whenever you look at the Canadian lumber industry, for example, you find people today harvesting trees their great-grandparents planted 200 years ago.
There you go.
And that's a thing, because one of the things that we lack in Africa, and specifically Kenya, is generational thinking. If you look at the number, there are two cases here. You've just mentioned the former CS being worth 100 million less. But you've got the Laboso family in court over land debts of 537 million. You've got someone who got married in 1975, the paper says, and is looking for support from the divorced husband who was a police officer. So there is an issue with how we think about generational wealth and how it is transferred. And it's just all over the nation. I've seen two pieces about that.
Okay, we'll look into the stories in detail. City, what have you got in your headlines?
East Africa.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes. Spat over oil tests, Museveni-Ruto ties. The latest row on petrol supply is likely to drive Ruto's mentor father away as Uganda finds new trading partners and Kenyan leader looks for new friends. This is now in the picture. There's President Ruto, I think somewhere in Saudi, the Saudi Africa Summit. Okay, the 5th Arab Africa Summit in Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Then there's a tough task ahead for Kir as East African chair, that is East African Community.
Yeah.
Okay, so brother Salva Kiir is going to be chair.
Okay.
Malema, I'm disappointed in Ruto. Firebrand South African politician lays into the Kenyan leader over his promises. For those who didn't know, Malema was actually in Kenya.
Juju Malema.
In case you did not know.
He was actually here.
Yeah.
And he was saying those things while he was where? In Kenya.
In Kenya. And said he doesn't care. Do what you want.
That is evident.
It was clear that he didn't.
He didn't start here. He's a man who has been known to speak his mind to the point where you really wonder. said, hey, this guy has a lot on his mind, doesn't he?
Where?
Malema's story is interesting. He's quite an interesting guy. The term tenderpreneur at one point in South Africa was directly connected to the person of Julius Malema when he used to work for the ANC. He made his money from tenders. He was kicked out from the ANC initially for corruption allegations and things like that. But Saul on his way to Tarsus, he saw the light and became the harshest critic of the same corruption that he benefited from. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's look at those stories in detail. Let's take a look at what's happening with traffic. Did you know that it's raining? It's raining in parts of the country. It's also raining inside the airport. Interesting pictures to see yesterday. Hopefully something can be done about that. Yes, it is.
Embarrassing. So imagine you get rained on. And then there's the queue with the tax person waiting for you.
Let's take a look at traffic. Come back and look at those stories. It's now 25 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just free again and enjoy the vibes.
Okay, so what are we looking at? Starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway, just as you get towards the Pangani Underpass, but we're not seeing any drama, at least not for now. Let's see what picks up later. Coming out of Westlands, we're looking all right as well. You'll be able to get through towards the Chiromo exit, or also getting onto the expressway, coming down from Reaki Way, so that's all right. Jogo Road, also busy. Coming in from the Makadara train station, it's going to take you out towards Landis. The roundabout, then coming in from the City Stadium roundabout, that also looks pretty good for now. Uhuru Highway, we know it will pack up at all your junctions, whether you're coming in from Langata Road on this side, Lusaka on the other side, Bunyala Road, or then getting out towards Haile Selassie at the junction. That will be busy through the morning, and we can already see the signs of that. Gong Road also starting to build up as you come into the city. This is all a wait and see kind of thing. If you're out, fantastic. If you're not, you might want to think about it right now. We'll take a look when things open up closer to traffic hour. Spice FM KE on X, talk to us there as we keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Story, 17 billion shillings. Did somebody do or do not? What? I mean, did she or did she not do? And then there was fuel, and then come and take your... Okay, what's happening? Intrigues behind the 17 billion shilling mystery petrol deepen. So what happened exactly? And on the Standard today, it's carried on page 9. 9 normally comes after 8 and before 10, Abby. Okay, now KPA chairman Benjamin Nyeri has claimed the bill of lading Miss Anne Jerry Njoroge was using as the documents for the importation of 100,000 metric tons of diesel from Turkey were not genuine. Okay, now before that, the Kenya Ports Authority management has disowned the businesswoman's importation documents for the cargo. Nyeri, who was flanked by KPA Managing Director William Ruto, also denied claims the woman had been to the port to process the importation documents for the oil in question imported by Anne's Import and Export Company. They've said, we have the genuine documents of the company which imported the oil in question that arrived at the port on the 4th of November and discharged on the 5th of November when it was 93,460 metric tons. We have never seen this woman in the port, and if she had a problem, she would have brought it to us. Nyeri explained that out of the 93,460 tons, 49,091 tons were destined for Kenya, while the remaining was to transit to Uganda, South Sudan, and the DRC.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why is it important that they haven't seen her or she hasn't been to the port? I mean, how is that important?
She's the one who imported the fuel, and they're saying
you
that
don't have to be seen at the port.
They're saying that the documents that she used for importation now are fake.
Yeah, that bit I got, but why say we haven't seen her? You don't need to be at the port.
Yeah.
If you're an importer, you don't need to go anywhere near the port. They don't even need to know what you look like.
Yeah. That's why now we're looking at it as an intrigue. Let me tell you something else, then you might understand a little bit more, right? According to KPA, the ship christened the MT Haigui loaded the cargo on the bill of lading serialized 13768, a long number there, between September 26th and 28th at the terminal in Saudi Arabia and departed anchorage at Jeddah, where it arrived on the 29th of October for cargo doping and sampling. Now, October 11th, the vessel had tendered its notice to sail to Mombasa from Jeddah and docked in Mombasa on the 4th of November, where it discharged its cargo and did what? Sailed away. It came, dropped the fuel, and left. Tayari, who admitted the matter was already in court, however, said that KPA had not been served with any documents and was not ready to talk about the case. He insisted the woman's bill of lading had many discrepancies, so this is why now they needed to look for her. He explained that the purported bill of lading indicated that the origin of the cargo is from Azerbaijan Republic. You know, there's a country like that in Eastern Asia. And was loaded at Jeddah, which was contrary to the actual origin, which was Yanbu in Saudi Arabia. Tayari said the most significant issue about Njoroge's documents is that the ship's stamp, purported bill of lading, is not identical to the MT Haigui's stamp. He said the ship's loading date is indicated as the 23rd of October, which contradicts the ship's actual loading date of between September 26th and 28th, insisting the vessel could not be in Mombasa within 2 days as the voyage takes more than 10.
You know what my question is? There are two things bugging me. A president of an East African country said that Kenya has too many middlemen.
A president of an East African country called Uganda.
Yes,
okay.
Specifically. Now, it's very interesting if you read part of it. It says, for the past few days, there has been a fierce dispute between ANZ Import and Export Enterprises Limited and Galana Energies Limited. Now, here's the thing. Typically, when someone has the muscle to spend 17 billion shillings at a go,
as in bring fuel,
yes, and that's how much money you are able to throw around. When we read your name, we should know. It should be.
It shouldn't surprise
Shell.
us.
You know, it should be Total.
Yeah.
It should be Rubis. Who are these?
It should not be Maki Bichachi.
Yes, thank you. I will not be sitting here worth 17 billion. No. I would have to watch those zeros, my friend. It takes a lot of time. You know, so there's definitely intrigue here. And you know what when this happens? It happens when you have things called market distortions. So when there have been traditional players in the market and then you disrupt that market, what do you create? You create opportunities, of course, for charlatans, but you also create opportunities for charlatans of charlatans. And I think what is happening here is someone knew that someone was not ready. They got into a deal to bring in fuel, and now they have a dispute, and none of them can say where the source of money came from. These are fronts.
There's something going on here. And then the question is, the 93,000 tons, the remaining fuel, after supposedly what was destined for Kenya was offloaded. So where is it going to go?
Good question.
But usually it's all offloaded.
No, it was offloaded and the ship went back to where it came from.
Yes.
But there was only a certain amount, and this is what another issue is. A certain amount of it was destined for Kenya. Kenya has taken their own. The remaining is just sitting here, and the question is, where is it going?
It's not sitting. It's not possible for fuel to leave wherever it is that fuel comes from without knowing where it is going. It is not possible.
Oh, they knew. It's destined for DRC, Uganda, and South Sudan.
Yes. So everything that we're asking is known. It is us who don't know the details, but it is known.
Somebody knows.
It is known. Yes.
And you know what is interesting? If this cargo was so disputed, and Prof, you make a valid point, because fuel in this country is ordered and brought into the country as a matter of law.
It is.
There's a certain amount that certain institutions are allowed to bring, and you have to apply, and there's a whole process. If what was brought was in dispute, it would not have been offloaded in the first place.
It would not have left.
Yes, it would not have left. And then arriving in Kenya, it would not have been offloaded.
Yeah. The people offloaded the thing. The ship that brought it is like saying, Dere shukisha hapa.
Yeah.
Shuka.
Yeah.
Dere continues on his journey.
So the dere has been paid.
Exactly.
And
That's
the owner in Arabia has been paid.
No, this thing is prepaid for.
Yes, now.
Okay?
Prepaid.
It's not this thing like
Fuel is not leaving
you
Jeddah.
don't eat, you don't consume the fuel, then you pay for it.
No. Fuel is not leaving Saudi Arabia if there's no money in the bank.
Remember the hoo-ha about G2G, where we are supposed to receive fuel, and then somebody even dared tell us that, it'll be dominated in the shilling, and then, hey, where? Then, even with all that, my friend, you come here and talk to people who deal in fuel. That thing you pay, it's not complicated. And that amount, where you have an entire tanker.
Yes.
No. Mark has a point. Somebody and someone else have disagreed over something.
Yeah.
Okay? They didn't get their ducks in a row, or they did, and then somebody got clever and decided why. Usually it happens when somebody decides them, they're taking everything.
Exactly. And even the question that you ask it, because it is true, how is it just random? Charles Muga, Mark Bichache, and Njoroge can pay 17 billion shillings for fuel to be coming. I dare say it is not the first time. It's just that now this one has come out because of this disagreement.
No.
These things happen regularly.
Mark understands this thing well, because when we get into a vehicle, whichever vehicle, it means this process that we're now talking about and the one which is being referred to as having been disputed has taken place. People have paid for their fuel, it has come into the country. That's what happens periodically. Why is there hoo-ha on this one?
Because somebody's not happy. Somebody was slayed.
Somebody got involved.
Yeah.
Yes. Somebody wanted
a piece of the pie.
Yeah. No, probably wanted the whole pie. You see, usually people agree. Then somebody decides they're not sharing. At least they're not sharing the way you agreed. A problem arises.
Yes.
And
now because we all know about it, because there's a problem. If not, this fear would have entered the country, continues how it normally does.
Do we even know when these things...
No.
We don't.
Yeah. And on top of that, that should explain to you why the party or the parties are disputing about documents. Because what is happening in each of those documents, they're not claiming part of the fuel, they're claiming all of the fuel.
Because why have such a huge discrepancy that Azerbaijan and Saudi Arabia are not neighbors? You cannot have said, I meant to write Saudi Arabia, I wrote Azerbaijan. It doesn't happen like that,
Those documents, by the way, for them to be lodged, all the dots,
all the T's must be crossed, and the I's must be dotted.
Believe me. You can't afford to make a mistake on that document.
Can you imagine a 17 billion shilling clerical error?
That thing will cost somebody their lives.
Yes, now.
Yeah. If not already.
And you must ask, if it is true that she's not available or hiding, why hiding? Because of?
You see, whenever you hear, and I've said this many times, when Cooperative Bank, as an example, issues its profits for the year, or losses for that matter, you can see the staff, the branding, the amount of advertising they buy. You can see their weight moving around. Same for Safaricom, same for everything. So if Safaricom was to spend 1 billion shillings on advertising, none of us is surprised. But if Mark Bichachi walks in here with a Brioni suit, okay?
Who's Brioni?
He's a guy who makes suits more than your years.
More than your Mercedes car.
Okay.
Yes.
One suit.
One suit.
That is serious. One suit.
Yes.
Okay. Is it bulletproof?
It better be.
No.
You better feed me.
All right. It's a suit.
Yes.
Okay,
so the suit. If I walk in with a Brioni suit, trust you me, I have not gotten it using the legal and acceptable means of receiving such resources. Because I cannot move from earth to heaven in one night unless I died. So whenever you see stories like this, you must ask yourself, where did someone decide to have the temerity to even play around with 17 billion?
Surely. This one is
who are the sort of people who actually have at their disposal
17 billion? I say, I'm doing business.
Okay. Who's Njoroge?
This is the question. Who is she?
Yeah.
Who is she?
Who is Njoroge?
Yeah. Is she real? Is it really Njoroge?
No, she's probably real.
Is it real?
She's probably real.
Is she a front for who?
Is she?
Who is she?
But
and
remember,
who is she a front for?
Remember, in this country, we've had some of the most successful hairdressers ever.
Yes.
who picked up cash in
a
sacks,
basement.
in a basement of a bank, millions upon millions of shillings. So does Anne exist? Yes. The question is, the sacks of cash she's carrying, who is she carrying for?
It's going to continue unfolding. She turns up somewhere.
I wish I was a movie maker. Kenya has content.
Script upon script upon script.
Content.
Warner Brothers should be knocking at the door. Okay, give us your story, Mark. Huh?
Yeah. So,
what story do you have? Let's look at that one as this one unfolds.
Well, this is very interesting for me because let me just find it real quick. Now, two things that about Turkana, and I'm very interested in far-flung areas. Number one, President Ruto has said, not Turkana, about the Ma community and then Turkana, about sharing fees into the Mara. So there's an order now that those going into the Mara and the fees being collected should be shared among the Ma community. At the same time, MPs ask why Turkana oil isn't helping Kenyans yet. Now, this is critical because this was supposed to be the boon for the people in Northeastern. What is critical? Kenya moving forward. One of the reports that came out mid last year when Uhuru was still president is about the mineral wealth that Kenya has and how locals share in that particular wealth. This is something that Kenyans need to watch very carefully because what usually happens, Kenya exports gold from Nyanza. How many Luos do you know in the gold business?
Me, I happen to know two.
Two?
No, I do. I actually do.
That's
but
two more than me.
Yeah, but it is not industrial gold. The gold
It's the
that
small,
they might. No,
small,
yes. It's not industrial. It is something that is sold more or less at a retail level.
Have you ever checked how much gold Kenya exports?
No, Kenya exports a hell of a lot of gold.
From where?
See, from where gold comes from.
Okay. So another resource we can't account for. Taita Taveta, the hills over there are rich in mineral resources. For the grand prize of 0,000 shillings. Tell us the minerals and which are the companies that mine them.
Titanium.
Good one.
These Australians who said that they have not found anything, they are going.
Savorite.
They
right?
said they're going.
All right.
Yeah.
Rare earth
minerals.
Yeah.
And ore.
Have you met a Tavetan?
No, I've never met a Tavetan, but I know people who actually transport it. I first came across this knowledge 13 years ago. And you can imagine my shock. The person who was telling me this was telling me that he was actually a broker and had been coming to Kenya for the past 10 years. I told him to pause and start again.
Which Kenya?
This one. And I said, iron ore. I actually asked, we have iron ore? He said, yes, you do. And he said, it's a very high grade and it's been exported to Kenya. I'm telling you, I've been coming here for 10 years. I work for some of these people. And you've been exporting your iron ore to China for 10 years. I said, we have been exporting iron ore to China for 10 years. We. Now, what else do we have that is exported and we have no knowledge of?
Don't have an idea of.
You know, one of the most interesting things is that Savorite is one of the most rare stones in the world.
It is?
Yes. It's more rare than the Tanzanian one, Tanzanite. And it's more expensive. But the amount of lack of knowledge that Kenyans have about these commodities that are exported by the tons out of this country all the time is something that this government, our MPs, need to keep asking. Because if we don't, then our wealth is going from beneath our feet and we will never notice.
Mark, our members of parliament won't ask.
They won't ask.
No, this is why we need better members of parliament.
No. The ones we have are okay. The ones we have are okay. It's not the individuals or the caliber of individuals. Anything to function in the manner that we are suggesting, the leadership, the nod has to come from the top.
Yeah.
Because the position that we see, whether it is this government or the previous one or the one before it, to understand, you needed to look at the nod from the top.
The top.
It would give you a very, very clear indication of the tone that had been set. What we see is a tone that has been set. Now, once the tone is set in a certain direction, if it's left, then it keeps going left.
Yeah.
If it's centric, then it's centric. If it's right, it's right. So here, if there is money involved, that's what we're saying, and there's a lot of it involved, that is the more reason that our members of parliament will not talk about it. Yes, because that amount of money, or the supposed amount of money, is sort of money that keeps your mouth shut.
Well, true. And there's another story about to keep our mouths shut. Blow to workers in James Finlay suit. Now, of course, you know the James Finlay suit.
Yeah.
There was a big expose on BBC, etc. Now, what the blow is this, that a Scottish court says the case has to be first heard in Kenya before it's escalated to the UK. Now, that's interesting. A court should be a court. But when you transport it to Kenya, according to the writer of this article, that's a blow to your case.
Because?
Apparently, evidence in Scotland is more evidentiary than in Kenya. You're more likely to lose.
Remember, it is a Scottish company.
Exactly.
James Finlay, the late immediate former James Finlay, the guy.
James
kwao ni huko. Okay? Now, this tea company has been here for a really bloody long time.
Yeah.
Okay? So, by the time you are that big, you're a conglomerate. James Finlay are not just in Kenya. These people didn't just grow tea in Kenya. They grew tea elsewhere. Now, that sort of might also gives you intelligence.
Yes.
So you will know where your interest will be best served.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
You
normally talk about the competent courts.
Yes.
Competent will take whatever definition you want it to take on. And in this case, they decided that the competent competent courts rather domiciled in Kenya.
Yeah.
Use them first before
why
we
is it
start.
a blow? That's the thing we need to look at. Why is it then a blow?
Who is the blow to is the question.
Yeah.
The paper the writer seems to suggest that it is the people, the complainants, who are being dealt a blow.
Yeah.
Why?
Because evidence.
Let me draw a parallel. Remember, we've always had an issue. It keeps arising, and it was being brought to the fore when the king of the UK and the Commonwealth was here. Okay. The issue was about reparations. The issue was about apologies. The issue was about money that people should be paid for the wrongs. Now, this case saw the light of day when it was taken to the UK.
Yes.
There's a gentleman called Day, by the way, who was responsible for this. But it saw the jurisdiction of the UK said, no, you guys, you have something to answer.
Yes.
Now, how? They understood. It's not that the case had not been brought to this guy. Our jurisdiction had tried to fumble with it here and there. That thing was not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It literally wasn't going anywhere. Okay.
So are we saying that there's a reputation that has been built?
Exactly.
There's a reputation that certain things will go a certain way in Kenyan courts, and that's why they said no. That's where the thing happened. But you can imagine, for them to be so comfortable.
Is it reputation or is it knowledge?
It could be one fuels the other.
Yeah.
So they say, because we know how things are likely to go, we say, no. The thing happened in Kenya. Go and deal with it there first. If anything comes out of it, then we can have a look. But for now.
And let me tell you, if you can't buy freedom, buy time. If you can't buy freedom, buy time. And in the Kenyan court system, you can buy time. And we've seen case after case buy time. In that time, James Finlay will probably, and the workers should probably push this if I was to give them very lay legal opinions, would look for a settlement outside of court. James Finlay will be more scared of their reputational damage than judgment from a Kenyan court, of which they will appeal until the cows come home.
It will be wrapped up in the courts for a very, very long time.
And they can do it.
And they can do that very easily.
Yeah.
And already we see, unfortunately, it just looks like, that's where the blow comes.
Yes.
And those who are the complainants might actually suffer a bigger blow than the initial sighting than what we see. All right. So sometimes Mother Nature does its thing, and we're going to ask ourselves in the next hour, is Kenya building Are Kenyan buildings actually ready to face whatever nature may bring its way? Is Kenya building weather resilient buildings? And we'll have that conversation coming in at 7 o'clock. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Having just looked at what's happening in our papers, we continue with more conversations after the hour. And we thank you for joining us every morning as you do. And as we talk about that, we'll talk then. Spice FM KE on Twitter. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has announced climate change as one of the 5 major security threats facing the country. Speaking in Garissa County, Kindiki said conflicts between farmers and herders are as a result of limited resources which have decreased due to the effects of climate change.
Sisi vilevile tunalichukulia hili jambo la climate change ama mabadiliko ya hali ya anga ama tabia nchi, tunaichukua kama tisho kubwa la usalama wa taifa, kwa sababu wakati ukame unakuja ndio unaona mzozano baina ya wafugaji na wakulima, kwa sababu wafugaji wanatafuta lishe ya mifugo, wakulima nao wanatafuta chakula, na hapo ndio hiyo mwingiliano ndio unaleta mizozo.
Kindiki further urged chiefs and their assistants and other administrative officers to support the tree planting initiative in order to address the negative effects of climate change, a statement that was reiterated by President William Ruto, who led the first national tree planting exercise in Makueni County.
Kwa sababu ili tuzalishe chakula, kwanza lazima tuwe na mvua ama maji. Bila maji hakuna mimea, ni kweli ama si kweli? Bila mvua hatuwezi kwenda shambani, ni kweli ama si kweli? So kwanza, kabla hatujajipanga na vile tutakuwa na chakula ya kutosha, lazima tujipange kulinda mazingira, ndio mvua ipatikane, maji ipatikane, ndio tuweze kuzalisha chakula.
Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah says that money used for the tree planting activities that were carried out by various government officials across the country was in the financial year budget. Ichung'wah has dispelled complaints that it was a waste of public money, as stated by civil society groups, instead saying that it will help in addressing the effects of climate change.
The institutions that it funds, like KEFRI, the Kenya Forestry Service, the Ministry of Environment, and therefore any amount of money that you see being spent today. For instance, the trees that we got here, other than support from corporate organizations that have supported us with trees, we have trees that we have gotten from the Kenya Forestry Service, trees we have gotten from KEFRI, that is a state agency, and therefore the budget being utilized are budgets that are already appropriated by the National Assembly for use in such work.
Civil society groups have, however, maintained that the move was unnecessary as it led to wastage of money.
We can count and tell you so many wastages. Today the cabinet secretaries are traveling everywhere in the country. Why do they have provincial administration? Because those people can do that job easily. There are commissioners in every county. Why should someone fly from Nairobi to Mombasa, then Mombasa to Homa Bay, then Homa Bay back to Nairobi with aids and everything else? And this guzzling is a show cause. It cost Kenyans 1,620 vehicles, guzzlers, to transport the government. 1,620 vehicles. Service per month is 300,000 at Toyota Kenya. They spend 150 liters per day in transport. I've calculated that numbers and it comes to 96 billion shillings a year.
Romanian President Klaus Werner has arrived in the country for a 3-day state visit. He was received by Cabinet Secretaries Elio Dowalo and Penina Malonza. And in the international scene, Kenyan-grown financial consultant firm AVLC Group has been picked by the MC Telcom, a Kinshasa-based company, to offer lead consultancy services in the construction of a multi-billion shilling smart city in this capital city of DRC. The project, dubbed Kasangulu Smart City, which covers an imposing 40 hectares of prime land valued at 32 billion shillings, is designed to accommodate over 100,000 families.
Within a very short period of time, we have been able to put together a team which has not only delivered but also shown a great alignment of passion with the developer. Makes us very proud as a community. We are not looking at DRC, but we are looking at the project being beneficial to the region, the jobs created, the technology which is going to be employed in the project, and more important is to ensure we are able to replicate this not only within DRC provinces but also within the region, where we have shown we are able to come up with our own solutions both at micro and macro levels. Timing of the project may be coincidental with the elections, but I can assure you we were not aware about the elections until we talked with our developer.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lea Obaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
All right, at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what are we looking at? Traffic starting to build up on Jogo Road. That started early, but it's moving then much quicker as you go towards Landis at the City Stadium roundabout. Okay, so we're also looking at traffic heavy on the Thika Superhighway coming in towards Pangani. Some of it will go towards Wangari Maathai. The rest of it is going to go out then towards the Muranga Road. And then also looking at traffic coming in from Westlands is busy. James Gishoro is already starting to pile up, and we know that it's raining in some parts, so it's going to slow down traffic just a tad. Hopefully we're not getting anybody stuck anywhere. Coming in from Lower Kabete, it's also pretty heavy. And on Gong Road, we see a slow movement getting towards the roundabout and then getting into the city. That's going to take a while. All right, just be ready for what's happening coming on Gigiri Road, and that's coming in from United Nations Avenue out towards Limuru Road. Heavy traffic because of the construction. It's going to slow things down again, so in those areas, if you can avoid them, please do. Southern Bypass is looking pretty good. You can use that getting into the city, getting to Kikuyu, Gong Road, anywhere else that you need to go this morning, and that's you're coming off of Mombasa Road. On the Eastern Bypass, there is some traffic and it probably will get heavier as we go through it. Let's keep an eye on North Airport Road, because that will pack up at some point as well. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X. Keep things moving this Tuesday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
At 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, good morning on this cloudy Tuesday morning. It's the 14th of November, the day when we expect things will do like that. And we're getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And as we get into it, we are here. And Mark Bichache is our guest host today. Of course, thank you for being here. Getting into conversations this hour about how Kenya is or not building weather resistant or resilient buildings. But as we get into it, it is raining. It is pouring, and a cuppa sometimes is what you need. And a cup of Kenyan tea, I swear, when I moved to Kenya, they wanted to kill me with tea. Literally, I believed that the lady in the guest house where I was staying before I moved to the campus flats wanted to actually kill me. She said, you know what? I have been sent by the gods of tea to do you properly. I don't even know when, I don't even know how. But, it was not a thing for us. But then it quickly became a thing for me. And now I'm being told that there's a way. So all these years, and I started drinking, I was like, okay. I got over my initial fear of death by tea. And then I learned just last week that there's a way to brew this tea. There's a way to brew a cup of Kenyan tea properly. Siti Abi?
You take tea leaves, huh? Put it in water, boil. Don't heat it, boil it until it bubbles. When it has bubbled, then you take your milk, add let it bubble again.
To the water.
Yes. Everything is mixed properly. Then sieve it. Then take a sip. Now, that sip has even more meaning when that particular milk is dairy best.
Wow.
Now, when you take a sip of it, what you'll realize that it's not just creamy, it's also rich.
Yeah.
Then, when you talk about Kenyan tea, you can say, hii ni chai kweli.
Absolutely. A true cup of Kenyan tea is best made with Dairy Best. Brookside Dairy Best. Chai kweli in a Dairy Best as we kick off the hour this morning. Okay. Our guest will be here at some point, and so when he does, we will start that conversation with him. But even as we do, I want to look into some of the other issues that were then making the headlines this morning. Officials push for mobile labs to ease JSS congestion. That, of course, is dealing with our education sector. And we're asking ourselves the question, the school equipment production unit, did you know that such a thing existed?
It used to exist.
It used to exist.
I know it used to exist. Whether it still exists, I'm not certain.
Well, they're doing something because they're now advising junior secondary school, that's JSS, heads to acquire mobile laboratories with solar power to address the shortage of equipment in remote areas. Okay? The Chief Executive Officer, Joel Mabongo, said the agency has developed mobile laboratories to equip junior secondary schools in rural areas. He was addressing more than 10,000 primary school head teachers in Mombasa. This was last week. And he talked about the need to be able to do this because power, problem. Learning, necessary. How do we make sure that this lack does not impede this need? So he said this is the way to do it, and we advise you to actually use that. It's a key state agency, and they've said this is the way to actually go so that we can now stop this whole thing.
So who has developed this, and where does one find it?
Does it exist?
And how much will it cost?
Now, this agency, they are charged with manufacturing laboratory equipment in the country. It's their job. They're supposed to do it. They've advised the head teachers not to wait for the parents to build a lab in infrastructure and instead buy mobile labs at a lower cost for use by JSS students. So buy from us and it can come to you, as opposed to saying, in school fees this year, we're going to raise it by 4,000 shillings in this particular school so that parents contribute to building a lab, whereby the state agency has been tasked with this and they can do mobile ones that can go to different parts of the country. Do you understand?
I actually do understand what you're saying, and it sounds very good. That's the problem. It sounds good.
No, okay. So the question is, one, how much is it?
How
much is a unit?
I'm sure they don't indicate that.
Yeah, they do.
How much?
The schools can buy each mobile lab at a cost of 320,000 shillings instead of waiting for a big laboratory worth millions of shillings. And they said we can also come to the schools and convert the classrooms to labs at a very minimal cost. So even if you don't want to buy the one that moves, we can come to you and we can convert
320,000
as opposed to 4 million.
Wait, so you're talking about the school fees for one student in one of our international schools for one term equals one lab per school?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was speaking to 10,000 heads.
I see where you're going, Mark.
Yes. One has to go there.
I've seen you from far. Yeah.
When you're near 18, as they say.
Please.
And then let's assume the serviceable schools are 5,000 of them. So they need 5,000 units of 320,000 worth units that have already been prefabricated. That is how much money?
Yes, now. Because you have to understand, these subjects must be taught. And most times we say,
good idea.
Most times we say that, look, the reason why 1, 2, 3 cannot happen is because sometimes areas where there's no power or the necessary infrastructure does not exist. So they're saying, look, and we as this agency, this is our job. This is what we're supposed to do. So we can bring it to you. Instead of you now talking to parents saying each of you over the year give us 15,000 shillings, how about you now even reduce that number?
Who is funding this entire process?
The state.
No.
Okay. What is the budget for that? What was the name of that entity?
The state.
No, the state agency.
They're called the School Equipment Production Unit, SEPU.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
But they've been in existence,
They've been there for a minute. Yeah. So they're saying we can actually do this for you at a cost of 200. I'm sorry, it was not 320,000 though. It was 220,000. 220,000 is the cost of the mobile lab, and it's suitable for schools which have no electricity. So you don't have to worry about powering the thing. It's actually sorted out because it uses solar technology.
Okay, let's ask the simple question. These schools that don't have power and whom we're saying ought to have solar, why is it that you're waiting for the labs of the school to have solar? Do they currently have solar?
No, they don't even have anything. The labs don't exist.
Should you not then ensure that the schools have power, just for starters, so that we know that this thing actually works? Remember, if you have a lab, the power requirements for a lab may be more than just an ordinary classroom. Because an ordinary classroom just need bulbs.
You know, let me just read this, because anytime I hear a story that's not adding up, I follow the money. So I found the auditor's report for 2020. That's 2019 to June 2020. The statement of comparative budget and actual amounts reflects final receipts, budget, and actual on comparable basis of 96 million and 41 million respectively, resulting in underfunding of 55 million, 57% of the budget. Similarly, the unit expended 54.2 million shillings against an approved budget of 82 million shillings, resulting in an under expenditure of 28 million shillings. So let's do mathematics once again, I beg.
Let's do it.
Let's assume there are 1,000 labs available out of 10,000 schools that need them. Let's assume there are 1,000.
Oh, these mobile ones now, they are 1,000.
The 1,000. One costs 220,000. What is the total amount of money that should have already been expended for these labs to be available, considering it's a government entity?
220 million.
Okay, what is its budget?
82 million. Okay. Is that what you said?
Yes.
82 million. Yes.
So how?
82 million.
I'm assuming it's just
so
1,000.
There's 138 million shillings. That's, you know.
You see, the thing is, and this is something that we as Kenyans need to be very serious about. I love the idea. I homeschool my kids. I've had to buy a microscope by myself, a telescope by myself. I know how much these things cost. I know how much it is to put a proper chemistry lab kit in a house. I get it. If they can get it down to 220,000 shillings by mass procurement, collective bargaining, and all of those things, fine. I just don't see it in their budget. I just don't see it.
Okay, and that
Go ahead.
Because that's when we look at something as basic as the numbers, that the math doesn't add up. All right, that's clear.
But the idea is clear. I support them 100%.
100%. I think it's a fantastic idea. Just like, you know, we could go back to the thing of, we think that tree planting is a fantastic idea. They're great things that ought to happen. But then we need to go to the issue that CT has raised a few minutes ago, and that is, why is there no electricity in the schools in the first place?
And remember
that the country went on a rural electrification program, and that it has been that even the money that you spend on your tokens every month or on your power bill, there's a percentage of it that goes towards what?
Rural electrification. And
I've said my own things.
And what are the centers for rural electrifications? They're schools and markets. Those are the two places where the electricity should get to first before it goes anywhere else. And we know, we have reports that those numbers increased. But the broader issue is this, and this is something that, as a communications person, I need to really help my government. We need to tell a cohesive story. A story which satisfies the joy of good news, but at the same time bears the weight of factual evidence. I don't know if that's making sense.
Yep.
Because, for example, I would have been more than happy to celebrate the boda guy who'd gotten 1,714,000 shillings from the Hustler Fund.
Yeah.
Because that tells me the Hustler Fund is working. But when I do the math of how many times you must borrow and pay back to reach 714,000, then I am stumped.
Okay, I get what you're saying, because it does then look like oftentimes when things then do happen, or that certain developments or suggestions are made, it looks like, you're always in a state of being a Debbie Downer, whereby you're saying, oh my goodness, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So it's then important to then be able to celebrate that there is a good thing happening,
Yes.
but you must always put it through the sieve of this bigger strategy. Because here we are looking at an education system that is in crisis, and that is the truth of the matter. That we've gotten into a place whereby we are not quite sure if we're looking left or right. And there are certain things that we're going to ask ourselves the question here. For example, okay, schools go and buy, and like I said, again, a good idea. So let's park that here.
Yeah.
But then we're also looking at a place where capitation has been reduced significantly over the last 5 years, and that as we speak today, the capitation for 2023 has not been paid in full. The money that schools were supposed to receive has not been paid in full. From the money that is served for capitation, when it was at 15,000, 5,000 shillings was supposed to be removed. For what? Guess what?
What?
Infrastructure development. Does this not fall under infrastructure development? Capacity building in infrastructure. 5,000 shillings is withheld by the Ministry of Education. It actually does not go to schools. Even if it goes, heads are told to put that money aside for infrastructure development. But you know what? It never reaches the schools. So why do we still go back to schools and say, with this fantastic idea that you have, you're still coming back to schools and saying, let us ask you to spend this money. It's just 220,000. However, there is money that has been set aside for this very, very same thing. Where does it go?
And question, why is government selling to government? Because schools are government schools. The unit producing the products is a government unit. Why is government selling to government?
Ask CT.
The thing is this, if you read what has been in the papers, according to the Rural Electrification Authority, the financial year 2021, 99% of all schools in this country should have been connected to electricity.
99%.
Should have been.
Yes.
That's true.
Should
That's
have
factual.
been.
Yes.
Yes, should have been connected. And they're saying at the end of that period, only 236 schools in terms of numbers would not have been connected. So if we are to continue with that discussion, we would say that 236 schools do not have electricity.
Yes.
Okay? The financial year we are in is the 2023-2024 financial year. That's what the year we are in. There is no story about what has been done. It was projected what we've achieved. So if we argue that there's only 240 schools that don't have electricity, so you're saying SEPU wants to supply 240
schools. Yes. Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So what happens to the electrification problem? Because the program was supposed to be 100%, not 99. Okay? So if it gets to 100, then why would SEPU then need to augment that particular support? So it means that we did not get to the numbers that we had hoped we would get to.
City, can I throw a spanner in the works?
Please.
NGCDF is how much per year per constituency?
130 million.
130 million. These units are 220,000. So if we're to use just 10% of NGCDF divide by 220,000, that's over 36 units.
I often
So whichever way you look at the math, and this is what depresses me, City. Whether you look at it from electrification, you look at it from CDF, you look at it from capitation, whichever way you look at it, you want to celebrate, but you have to hold yourself back. It's like the spouse who always brings you flowers the day they cheat.
Yeah.
The truth is this, we do have power outages, and if one was talking about having a backup, I would support it. Now, the backup has to do with now ensuring the school has solar power.
Yeah.
Okay? But then solar power during the rainy season will not be of very much use to you, because you're not going to be generating any power from solar because solar has been rained on.
Did you say solar has been rained on?
That is exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Okay? The point is this. When we hear that there was an increase in the budget for education, 680 billion it was. Okay? So are we saying that we're going the MES way, where the government decided that county governments need certain equipment and that they'd be deducting whatever it is they said the cost was for these equipments at source. So are we tending in that direction so that the SEPU are going to produce these things anyway?
Yes.
Okay? And then whatever money is supposed to go to schools in whatever form, in whatever way, will be deducted from source and then divided.
But it should be.
That is what they ought to do.
Yeah.
But should we then not also know ahead of time how many areas need this?
Absolutely.
When you talk of connectivity, how many places were not connected? And so they will need the support. Yeah. And even when you have this support, because you will have the support, are you saying that the needs that these schools have will be met? I get the impression that these labs are tailor-made to suit your needs.
Plug and play kind of thing?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And it's, as we say, it's a very, very good thing. We cannot, unfortunately, look at any project in Kenya, especially when it involves money, without pausing and asking, okay, what else is there that we're not being told about?
What is afoot?
Yes.
Because look, I'm still on that 5,000 shillings because we looked at the numbers, very clearly. Capitation today stands at 22,470 shillings. But now we're looking at secondary school. Yeah. This one is JSS because now we're starting to bring some of those courses to the junior school level. Yes. So let's just assume that we're still talking senior school. 222,000 shillings. And Mashogu told us last week that actually, you know what, we've not actually been able to send we will not be able to send the 22,000 because of this, that budget, blah, blah. But in time gone by, school heads have been asked to, like I said, hold on to 5,000 shillings because it's supposed to go through infrastructure. Do you know what I say? This thing is a need. It is true. It is a need because, okay, electrification has not taken place as they sort that one out. And you say that let's use this in the meantime because it is such a need, right? JSS. Take the 5,000 shillings that you're not giving to schools anyway and give SEPU. Let them provide the thing.
But you know, it goes deeper than that, because I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, last time you I don't know if you've ever visited a school in China, that junior high school thing. Have you ever seen?
No.
Those guys are assembling robots.
Students
in high school. Okay? Universities in Kenya don't assemble robots. So it's one thing to be able to have the basic lab equipment, Bunsen burner and hydrogen burns with a pop sound. Fine. But are we giving our students the necessary STEM skills to bring us into the 22nd century? Because that's what India is doing. That's what China is doing. That's what every other country is doing. Are these kids able to bring our children at par to compete with a Chinese kid in the village?
Mark, I said we don't have electricity. I said that some classes don't have. Then you want us to build robots?
No, but that's a point. That's a point. Listen. We talked about natural resources, right? We must also begin to discuss about intellectual and human resource and what value it's going to bring. We have to be realistic. No, listen, AI can probably do our jobs as we are sitting here, right? In 6 months' time, his voice will be recorded and there'll be an AI speaking on his behalf. What are we going to do? Are we preparing our kids for that future? Or are we still singing so many vijana?
Don't have capitation.
No, something has to give. You see, if you're in a radical problem, it behooves you to find a radical solution. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. And weirdly enough, those robotic labs and kits could actually prove cheaper, more portable, more usable, and safer for kids.
Mark, I think the thing you need to do, if you're going to take our discussion in that direction, you also need to point out that as we bring in robotics, you want to ensure the costs are in the billions, and you must also show with great clarity. Okay.
I see you. Okay, interesting. It's only in Kenya where that sentence does not need to be completed.
Yeah, you're good. Our guest is here this hour, and we, after having that conversation, then looking at how we're actually going to build resilience, and that's one of the things. George Arabu, good morning.
Good morning.
I know getting lost in the morning is a thing.
We apologize.
We apologize. They've dug up the road, and then that means you have to find the back route.
Kenya does that from time to time.
I wish they could be announcing it like the way KPLC announces it. Maybe they did. I missed it.
They put an ad.
They did.
And it was a small ad.
It was usually very tiny.
Yes, and you can easily miss it. And there are so many lines crisscrossing. You're not really sure what it is you're looking at.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, look, we're glad you're here.
Thank you.
And the minutes that we have of the conversation are just as important. So we welcome you into the room and welcome you properly. We're going to take a break and then come back, look at the traffic, and then come back and continue with the conversation this morning. And even as we get into it, you know what? I'm going to welcome you properly with a cup of tea. And I was telling these guys, I've been, but mine is special because it's mixed and done the Kenyan way. And it's a true cup of Kenyan tea because it's been boiled to perfection. And then the Dairy Best full cream milk has been added to this bubbling goodness. And in this weather where you need a bit of calm and you need a bit of warmth, a hot cup of tea, the true Kenyan tea, chai kweli, near Dairy Best, even as we go on to the break. So karibu sana.
Thank you.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We love to share our cultures, and the one thing that unites us all, that celebrates precious moments, nurtures our Kenyan spirit, welcomes, and even inspires. Our language does all of this and more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best.
Can you hear the bell ringing? That's because Tease This Season is back for its 11th year. We have a lot of amazing music and surprises in store for you, so this is a shout out to our early birds. Get your tickets between November 6th and November 12th at ticketsasa.com for the early bird discounted price of 1,300 shillings for a single ticket and 2,500 shillings for a pair. The early bird catches the worm, so get your tickets today and let's start the Kenyan Christmas party early. Tease the season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
Some very nice, mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
Of 24 and looking into a rainy Nakuru at 15. It's also 15 and raining in Nyeri, and we'll see highs of 23 today. Into Eldoret, cloudy conditions, 14 degrees, highs of 23. And Mombasa this morning is clear at 25, highs of 31. It's also clear at 26 in Malindi. We're looking into a partly sunny Kisumu and a partly sunny Kakamega at 17. All right, in Kampala, cloudy. Rain is coming down, going to highs of 27. And Dar es Salaam this morning is sunny at 25. We're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 26 and a sunny Addis at 13. It's mostly cloudy at 14 in Johannesburg and mostly clear at 26 in Lagos. Kinshasa this morning is cloudy at 24.
Chilled Spice.
All right, so starting to look a bit sticky here and there. We're looking at traffic starting to come heavy through towards the Pangani underpass, and this is coming through the Thika Superhighway. Kangunda Road is also starting to look a little bit messy, as is Juja Road. Limuru Road, back to back. It's bumper to bumper. It's coming all the way from Gigiri, coming in from United Nations Avenue, and everybody's joining here. Lower Kabete joining in, Red Hill Link Road, and then Peponi Road. General Mavenge also is a bit of a mess, guys. So all of that coming out through towards Westlands, and then also on this other side at Limuru Road, and all of that tries to meet Wangari Maathai, Chiromo. Very slow movement of traffic. Kiambu Road, if you can avoid it, please do, because it is crazy. right about now, then tell Una make you wake up early for morning, Una no agree. Now look at what we are looking at. Kiambu Road busy through towards the Pangani underpass, and we're looking at heavy traffic coming off Ngong Road, touching in on the city centre. Uhuru Highway is also very, very busy. We're going to keep an eye on things. Let's see what it looks like. I beg, help me. Let's talk. Spice FM KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
26 minutes. 8 on Spice FM KE on our socials and to our audiences on KTN Home. Kenya's biggest conversation continues this hour, and we're looking at how Kenya can build weather-resilient buildings. And the Vice President of the Architectural Association of Kenya, George Arabu, is our guest this morning. George, welcome once again.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. Okay, so even as we get into the conversation and asking ourselves the question, let's start from the top of this. And we said, yes, okay, weather affecting buildings in the country, weather. And when we say weather, when we talk about how architects and urban planners and construction look at some of these matters, why is it important to take the weather into consideration when it comes to infrastructure development in the country?
Yeah, first allow me to start by saying that we are highly informal when it comes to construction in this country. The government statistics themselves show that just less than 20% of our construction projects involve professionals. And at my association, the Architectural Association of Kenya, we have campaigns where we are trying to promote excellence, which we believe starts with, first of all, professionalizing the industry. This year we are currently looking at a campaign we are calling Mulika Mjengo, which is essentially something that is to highlight the issues and try to bring community to understand what to look out for, especially in what we would call informal construction. Never mind, they're everywhere. So in terms of why it's important, to consider the weather and, when you are looking at infrastructure, first we need to look at the patterns, the climatic patterns. The weather is the day-to-day, changes of the atmospheric conditions. But climate, you look at it in a matter of 30 years, or a period of 30 years, what has been happening, and also the fact that we are in a specific part of the world, the tropics, and we have specific experiences in weather. So when we are thinking about infrastructure, they're not just serving the urban network. They need also to be resilient, because we don't build infrastructure for one-off. We essentially build them for long term, and since it's a heavy investment, we want them to be as resilient as possible. And in most cases, if we consider things of climate change, if we consider things, for example, unpredictable heavy rains like this time round, you want to know that design of the infrastructure has been made to the level where that adverse weather condition can actually, the infrastructure can withstand that. In fact, when engineers design, for example, they don't design for the least loading or the least stress that particular infrastructure will get. They design it where they look at what is the maximum possible stress that it can take.
Okay. Yes. So you talk about the vast majority of the construction taking place in the country today is informal.
That's right.
Right? So then that already begs a situation whereby nobody's really looking at taking these factors into consideration. A guy is looking at putting up, buildings, or looking at putting up the one-room kind of things that we see regularly in order to get people to move in, and then you can make your money. They're not really taking into consideration these things that you've talked about. So how can we introduce a system whereby resilient buildings are put up when that information is not being used? How do we do that when we already know that largely it is informal without the use of this information?
So of course, the most important bit is how do you formalize the construction sector? First, we need to look at it from the perspective of where do we start when we are building. There is the scope of planning where, for example, government is very much involved, and then based on policies, planning policies, and then enforcement, such that the government's role is to make sure that people build in the right place and the right way. Right now, the biggest challenge we have is that private development is much faster than the government can catch up when it comes to infrastructure. One, because a lot of our cities, and probably true across the world, is I would say more than 90% residential. For every 10 buildings you see in Nairobi, 9 is residential, and most of them have been developed by private developers who, following the informal route, have found ways of literally not abiding by the regulations, the planning ordinances, which essentially should tell you where to build, what to build, and how to build it. So for to answer your question directly, I think we need to first of all start with the aspects of planning, and most critical, how do we enforce the existing planning guidelines, and who does that? A lot of our local government, the counties, which are vested with the task of doing development control, don't even have the numbers. They don't have capacity, for example, to inspect. They don't have, I would even say, maybe the will to follow through what they approve. So that is what needs to be done. Then, of course, the developers can be reined upon to do the right thing.
If we take the view that the bulk of our population is in the rural areas, and I look at the buildings, let me talk about the houses I have in the rural areas. There was no government involvement.
Yes.
So you could argue, therefore, that most houses that are put up where the bulk of our population reside don't have any government say so. Now,
that is true.
So I'm talking relevance here. So now, government say so is important. I know that it's important. It's important in terms of planning. It's important for all these things. How do you bridge this gap? Because sometimes, in the absence of that, if it were to be followed to its true self, you prevent the sort of accidents that occur again from these same buildings, because these aren't highlighted as much as some of the houses we hear collapsing, say, for instance, in the cities. But houses do collapse in the rural areas. They are put up, and if you have a deluge such as the sort we're having now, one moment there's a house, the next moment there's rubble. So how do you bridge this gap?
So you're right. So a lot of the houses that have been built are actually in the rural areas, and there's also, the rural centers.
Yes.
In fact, the most critical situation happens where there's a lot of densification, especially in the small centers where there are very many houses built together. And in fact, most of these small centers, I'm intentionally looking at it because all the rural areas we have small centers.
They will have small centers.
Which are the worst planned, because everyone builds there they want. There is no sewer, there's nothing, no water, nothing. And then you have this built up that is, so it's like we're creating a hard landscape. So when you create a hard landscape of roofs and paved areas and slabs and walls, you are actually creating a catchment for rain, which then when the rain comes there, it doesn't have a place to go because there is no infrastructure for it. Then you have all these pit latrines everywhere. So the government's role, first and foremost, is to define the policy and the planning guidelines. So even without enforcement, ideally, you as a builder in the village, you should either talk to the professional, because if you talk to a professional, and I know there's always the argument about cost. If you talk to a professional, they are the ones who should interpret these guidelines and advise on both materials, local materials, advise on other things. For example, how do you build in the low-lying areas of, Kano, for example, such that when it rains, you whatever, you can survive
I
the
laugh
house.
because I come from there.
Yes, right. Great. And then you have a situation where we have a very short memory. As a community, we don't have a memory of saying, there used to be floods here, so I can build better. I don't know that you've been to Lake Baringo of late. There's a place called Soy Lodge.
Yes.
It's been flooded by the lake because the lake rose.
It's been submerged.
Submerged, actually, not even flooded. Submerged for a very long time. The entire ground floor and up to first floor has been submerged, and they've been closed, I think, for 4 years. Now, if you ask those old gentlemen there, they'll tell you they don't remember the last time the lake rose that much. That's why I started by talking about the climate conditions, because it's a long period of a pattern. Now, if we understand the pattern, we will build better, even without the government guidelines, because... Yeah, sorry, Mark. I think
Mark is
I'm eating, and the reason I'm eating is you've gone into flooding around Lake Baringo, and that reminds me that every other day in Kenya we hear about tremors. So there's the issue that we live literally on a fault line, one of the biggest valleys in the world. We know we are geothermically exposed, and there's eruptions and things like that. Two, there's the fact of our nature of our soils, the black cotton soil in Karen, for example, if not going too far. But then you're talking about places like Budalangi where flooding is common. But at the same time, you're talking about an ordinary Kenyan who does not even know that there is a code and a structure to how they should build. So my question to you is this: what have you done as a society, let me call it that, to nativize what you're saying, to make it native knowledge? So, for example, when my grandmother is putting up her grass-thatched hut, what information technologies have been made available to her at her level so that she can meet code at that level, instead of the expectation of her rising to both the intellectual and economic capacity to meet the requirements of the law or the requirements of architecture. So, for example, she has a mosquito net, right? She doesn't know how it's made. She doesn't know which chemicals are on, but she's been told if she puts it on, she will not get malaria and her grandson will be fine. How do we make that information native?
Because, if I can just jump on that, because the people in the rural area, which we've agreed, that's where the majority of population lives today. When we are putting up homes in the rural area, we are not inviting the expertise of a city architect or a city planner. It's the person who is in the area who has built a house before who's going to come and build it. So what basic information then should we have to make sure that indeed the buildings that are coming up in the country are weather resilient?
First, I need to own up, and it's an indictment, actually, Mark, what you're asking, to the profession. Majority of the professionals actually live in the cities, and that is unfortunate. In fact, if you look at the postal addresses of most architects, just Google it in our board of registration website, you'll just see half of them. I think more than half are in Nairobi, and the metropolitan areas, Kiambu, Kajiado, So the question is, how do we take this information to the grassroots? How do we work? How do the people build with our professionalism? Now, I think the most important thing for me to mention is this. First and foremost, we've lost how we used to build as a society. In fact, when you mentioned your grandmother, in my mind, the picture that came is my grandmother's house, which is made out of mud, the wall mud, sticks and mud, and smeared with cow dung.
Today?
Up to today. This was built, I think, in the early 70s, but it's still standing there up to today. We need to start interrogating, and I'm not evading your question, Mark. I'm going to address it. We need to start interrogating how we are building using, one, the new materials and the new technologies. What has happened is when we used to build with the old materials, we understood, for example, if you look at those houses, and I know it's a typical, if you picture the houses in the villages, especially in Western, if you come from Western part of Kenya, they have very low roofs and big overhangs of the mabati, such that it was known that if that overhang is big, it can stop the rain from getting to the mud.
Yes.
The house was also elevated from the ground, almost 2 feet or less, and it was built up such that when it rains, there's no water that come into the ground. And remember, even the floor is mud. These were houses that are designed for thermal comfort. Those houses were always naturally cool. Yes, and the trusses and everything was done of just gum poles, nothing special. Okay, even the mabati that was used, I think that time was a little bit higher gauge than what we are getting right now. Lots of very light gauge karatasi type mabati. So now you bring a very important question. How do we as professionals, thank you, get the information down? In fact, what I should be asking is, how do professionals go and learn how we used to build? Because we have what we call local materials. One of the biggest costs of any investment an individual makes in their life is building a house.
Yes.
Everything else, for a car, it doesn't matter. If you build a house, it's the most passionate, it's the most expensive. So how do you make it affordable? One, you have to use local technology, local materials, and local labor. There is no reason why professionals should be stuck in Nairobi. You know why? Because we are looking for flashy, high-rise, buildings and towers. Okay. When someone calls me to talk to me about architecture, they always assume that I've designed some high-rise apartment buildings in Nairobi. No one asks me about what I've built someone for a house in. I've designed someone a house in Siaya. I've done someone a house in Nyeri County. I've gone all the way to Mago. But that is not flashy enough for me to yes. Now, if we go down there, we can translate, we can do a project, do it right, and then any local fundi, any local artisan will actually be able to learn. The transfer of knowledge is lacking because we think those small projects there are too time consuming. And then most of our clients don't actually pay. Actually, to be honest, even in Nairobi, they don't pay. Let's start there. So they find a way of cutting shortcut. So it's a very vicious cycle where I feel like if I go there, I will waste my time. Okay, now, I'm not talking generally as a professional. I mean, personally, I don't mind. I actually find it more interesting when I go there and do a house from scratch and try to work around with the locally available material. And the worst bit about all this is that even thatch, today, there are no people who can thatch properly in Kenya.
What does that mean?
The grass roof.
No, I understand. I get what thatch is. What I'm saying is, when you say cannot thatch properly, are we saying that there was no transfer of knowledge?
Yes.
And skills. Or there was, in fact, transfer of knowledge and skill from then till now?
Skill has been forgotten because the guys used to thatch. Slowly, they were replaced by people doing mabati. So, if you try to thatch right now, you'll be told you're in Mshamba. Okay, if you try to use brick, for example, fired brick, in Ushago, and this is, I can give an example of a house I've done in Siaya where, I went and we talked with the client and we agreed we'll do with the brick because we can get fired bricks and he was convinced by his fundis that brick is matope and he's a big man, he cannot build with matope. So now, there are no people who can do good bricks.
You see, that's
because the people think it's backward.
Okay.
So you are going to import stones from Kedoa all the way or other
because that's what you feel is better.
You feel that is a modern, permanent house.
Now, that's a bone I have to pick. Because one of the things, and there's a politician who likes to say this, and for me it rings true. We are African and Africa is our business. We have such a westward looking way of solving our problems, and we know historically there were entire mud wall cities in Africa, entire cities hosting hundreds of thousands of people. So this technology, because when I'm talking about building for the weather, I am thinking about the lady in the papers today who swam across a flooded area to go deliver a child. I'm thinking about that woman in the northern part of Kenya, in wherever part of Kenya, that needs to build a house that, based on what is available locally, what she can afford, and then also what can withstand the unexpected heavy rains, El Nino, which we postponed and brought back. Yes. How does she build that? Because the people in the city, I can fault them. They have chosen to scapegoat around the rules. The person in the village has no choice, has no in knowledge, and in as much as we want to go back, your career has still not innovated for them.
Yes, one, it is important to acknowledge the fact that our profession has failed, and there are very good reasons why. One of them is, of course, numbers. We don't have numbers. In the whole of Kenya, we have about 2,000 architects, for example. I was just surprised the other day to learn that I think there are less than 200 surveyors in Kenya. I've gone to a county where we submitted buildings, architectural and engineering, and the engineering drawings were returned because we were told there is no engineer here. You go and build how you want.
What are you talking about? Oh, sorry. When you said 200 surveyors around the country, every time we hear surveyors are jumping up and down telling us, and all that noise is 200 people?
The registered ones. I'm talking about the registered ones. The ones who can... were professionally liable.
Who have the legal authority
to survey.
Yes.
Okay.
Even the architects I'm talking about, majority of these 2,000 are not properly practicing. Occasionally, you will not be able to. You will look at the register and you might see less than 1,000 registered at any one time. What Mark is talking about is that we have not been able to capacitate the entire built environment across the country. And the interesting bit about all this is that it doesn't mean there are no builders. It just means the builders who are wherever they are cutting corners. And to me, there is the modern information about how to build, but surely the old knowledge that we always build. And you mentioned the use of mud, for example, mud cities, like for example the Benin city, which was one of the most popular, probably well-planned cities that most of Europe at the time when it was thriving.
Yes,
was done in Africa with native people. The stone walls of the Great Zimbabwe. Yes. A lot of Ethiopia, if you go to Ethiopia, even right now, there are castles that are still existing. Yes. Okay, Timbuktu. These are brilliant ideas. And even if you look at a Kawaida village, the way we do the concept of a courtyard with houses and then some fence around and then the granary in the middle and all that, these were houses that were not considered... this thing of permanent house is very colonial, because when the colonialists came and they started building with stone, a lot of Kenyans who came to work in the cities and the servants for the white masters wanted to go back to the village and build with stone because they thought that was what's supposed to be done. But the guys who were building with this did not transition very well, and we as professionals have not been able to literally go there and get back into these things.
What would it take for the return of knowledge? Because this is what we are saying, that there came a time where new information, new knowledge was brought, but it didn't mean that the old knowledge was bad. And it didn't mean that there had to be a move. But here we are saying it's very clear that, look, we talk about Cement City. If an earthquake at the proportions that it happens in the east part of this world were to happen in this part of the world today, the devastation will be incomprehensible. That's just the truth. So where is this transference of knowledge today, whereby we're saying as we build, it doesn't matter where you are, rural Kenya, urban Kenya, wherever you are, that can we use material? Can people be advised to use material that no matter what happens, because we know, like Mark said, we know where we sit. Whether we're here, whether in West Africa, in southern part of Africa, we know where we sit and we know what is likely to or not happen with the weather. Where are we looking in terms of advice to say, build with this, build this way, let's go back? What's happening in that conversation?
Are we even teaching our students to think that way? Those in architectural school
today, can there be a different kind of...
Those who are studying
at the university level?
Yes, any discipline that's related to building. Are we training them to understand and think and go back into the history? You look at Spain and Portugal and you look at the architecture. The Moors, these are Africans.
Yes.
And the influence. What they did was, over time, they evolved these things and owned them. And so one actually forgets. There are mentions that the Moors were here. But now us, who are living on this continent, Are we actually training our people to understand that we actually had some serious stuff that needs to be understood in greater depth? And that is something you have to teach people so that they understand and get into it.
Are we?
Of course we're not.
The academic angle is very interesting. In fact, that is another a lot of people are prof who should be blamed because I went through school and
prof didn't teach you.
We studied those things, but in a way that we were not. It's all like a token.
It was a unit that you had to pass.
Unit about traditional, the architecture of how we used to build, the forms, the shapes and everything, but we don't actually get to the level where can an engineer be taught how to build
again
with the bricks and mud, and we eventually will get to a point where we will have to go back because the cost issues are there.
I think it's a very important conversation to have. My misery is that we couldn't continue this conversation even longer this morning. But thank you for being here, and let's mark it to do it again. Mark it.
Yes.
Thank you very much. George Arabu is the Vice President of the Architectural Association of Kenya. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Folks, conversations continue. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. As KCSE exams continue to be administered across the country, Education CS Ezekiel Mashogu says the government has been able to control exam cheating and candidates will be graded according to their abilities. Speaking at Ndebe's constituency in Trans Nzoia County, Mashogu said that the few cases reported are not directly involving examination papers.
Watoto wetu wanafanya KCSE Kenya mzima, hatujakuwa na visa mbaya. Mwaka huu cases tumekuwa nayo peke yake ni 46. Karatasi tu hii ya kawaida. Wakati huu we are almost 100% perfect. Mtoto akipata kama ni C, B, akipata kama ni A, hiyo ndio alama ambaye alikuwa amefanya bidii.
On disbursing capitation, Mashogu says that plans have already been put in place to ensure the funds reach the respective schools in time for first term.
Tukiingia January, pesa ya primary capitation ya secondary ambayo serikali inatoa itakuwa tayari. Walimu wakuu usiwe na hofu, hatutaki kufanya elimu hiyo ya watu wachache ambayo wako na uwezo, na ile kidogo mtaongeza kama mtoto anaenda national school extra county school au county, hakuna ngine tena mwalimu ataurisha juu ya hiyo. Yule ambaye anataka kuurisha juu ya hiyo aende kwake nyumbani afanye mambo yake.
And leaders from Kilifi County now want the government to deploy more teachers to deal with poor education standards in the region. Led by Kilifi Governor Gideon Mungaro, political leaders in the area decried the lack of teachers as one of the major causes of the poor performance of students during national examinations. Governor Mungaro underscored the need for concerted efforts to boost education in the region, saying that his county has set aside more money in the education sector for the year 2022-2023. And as rains continue to be experienced at different parts of the country, residents of Nairobi want certain and roadworthy public service vehicles banned from the roads until after the rainy season. Many say they've had to endure the rains while holed up in traffic jam as some of the matatus let in rain, making travelling during the rains a torturous experience. Residents are asking the National Transport and Safety Authority to specifically crack down on leaking public service vehicles. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party leader Raila Odinga has challenged President William Ruto to look for alternative means of generating revenue for development in the country instead of taxing Kenyans. Odinga accused President Ruto of frustrating poor Kenyans with taxes, saying taxation is not a remedy for solving the development needs of Kenyans.
Cannot be in the country or taxation of the poor. That's how not to do it. To stimulate a stagnating economy, to stimulate an economy that is under recession, you need to put money in the people's pockets. You need to introduce programs like Kazi Mtaani, Kazi kwa vijana.
The tree planting exercise was not a waste of money as it was included in the 2023-2024 budget. Majority Leader Kibani Ichung'wah has ravaged rumours that it was a waste of Kenyans' taxes, as stated by civil society groups.
The institutions that it funds, like KEFRI, the Kenya Forestry Service, the Ministry of Environment, and therefore any amount of money that you see being spent today. For instance, the trees that we got here, other than support from corporate organizations that have supported us with trees, we have trees that we have gotten from the Kenya Forestry Service, trees we have gotten from KEFRI, that is a state agency, and therefore the budget being utilized are budgets that are already appropriated by the National Assembly for use in such work.
This even comes as civil society groups led by Operation Linda Ugatuzi Chairman Fred Ogola have raised concern over the amount of money that was used to transport various government officials across the country.
We can count and tell you so many wastages. Today, the cabinet secretaries are traveling everywhere in the country. Why do they have provincial administration? Because those people can do that job easily. There are commissioners in every county. Why should someone fly from Nairobi to Mombasa, then Mombasa to Homa Bay, then Homa Bay back to Nairobi with aids and everything else? And it's guzzling is a show cause. It cost Kenyans 1,620 vehicles, guzzlers, to transport the government. 1,620 vehicles. Service per month is 300,000 at Toyota Kenya. They spend 150 liters per day in transport. I've calculated that numbers and it comes to 96 billion shillings a year.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, traffic still continues in the city and it's raining wherever you look today around the country. So that means it's going to slow down quite some. All right, let's look at what's going on Kiambu Road this morning. And this is the thing, we're going to have to look at it because it's not moving. It's bumper to bumper, and I don't even know how many lanes we are at right now, but it's quite something, and it's just about to cross over from Muthaiga North Road. So there's a lot of traffic there this morning. The Thika Superhighway is giving. It doesn't look any better here. It's going all the way through towards the GSU junction this morning. So that is not a pretty picture either. James Gishuru also following in fine form. Bumper to bumper over the drift. It's connecting from Zima Springs and further ahead, coming in from Gong Road, Riara Road. So it's one for the books this morning. It looks crazy all around Limuru Road, Kitisuru, Peponi Road, Lower Kabete. That whole section is really blocked off. The rain is coming down and the streets are locked. If you're not in traffic, thank God. If you are, ask God. That's what we're going to have to say for now. Let us know if you find a good route at some point this morning. Let's send folks in that direction. All right. And let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room. The only way to
Good
start
morning and
your
welcome
day.
to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation today. CT's making me laugh as he always does. And the Situation Room continues with conversations. And I know it's raining outside. And I know that there will be a splatter of mud every now and then. But Kiwi says, standing with all of that, you can step up and shine. And there are many ways in which you can do that. As you're coming into the year 2024, one of the big things on the minds of many will be school fees. How are we actually going to make this thing happen? For many, many years, Kiwi has been helping us all to step up and shine. And here is yet another opportunity to do that. So what you need to do in order for that to happen is walk into any supermarket today where you will be able to find the new logo on the Kiwi tin, right? You're going to pick one of those. And then you're going to dial *45*59#. I'm going to say that again because I made a mistake. It's *459*5#. And there is a code when you pop the lid. You'll follow the instructions and instantly you win airtime or data. And you're also going to get automatically enrolled into the draw. 4 people are winning 35,000 shillings every week. And this goes directly to school fees come January 2024. Takes a big load off your shoulders. It's something you want to do. Brave the weather. Walk into a store. Pick up a tin of Kiwi so that you can step up and shine. Voila. Let's do it. We're getting into a conversation about education this hour. And our guest for the hour is already seated. And as we get into it, we've been talking and we've been saying a number of things about education. What is happening in the country? What direction are we going in? And how are we going to get this caboose back on track? FM Boaz Waroko is a strategy and policy advisor, the Elimu Bora Working Group, and he's our guest this hour. Boaz, good morning.
Good morning, thank you, and thanks to everyone here, City, Mark, and where is Eric?
Eric, every now and then he likes to do what we call a walkabout.
Okay, fine.
You know, and when he comes back, he'll tell us which part of the country he decided to walk to this time and give us the adventures. It's like Gulliver's Travel. We'll just call it Latif's Travel.
The floods or El Nino.
Somebody's doing something, that's for sure.
It is very possible. Very possible.
Salute to him wherever
Yes, he is well, though.
Thank you.
Right. So we're getting into an education conversation. But before we do that, CT will welcome you properly with today's proverb from DRC.
Yes, proverbs for the whole of this week come from DRC. Now, DRC, like their neighbor, the Republic of Congo, or otherwise known as Congo Brazzaville, have a president and a prime minister. This thing of deputy prime minister, chief minister, none of these things. President and
prime minister.
Full stop. And their president is called Felix Tshisekedi, and the prime minister is called Sama Lukonde. Now, like us, they have a Senate and they have a National Assembly.
Okay.
They also do. Like us.
Very good. Okay. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that we're not the only ones who have a Senate.
that they copied us or we copied them.
No. We had a Senate at independence.
Yes, we did.
Then we did away with it.
Yes.
Then we thought, brought new constitution, brought it back again. For all you know, we may get rid of vice president, deputy vice president, and just have president, prime minister. For all you know.
Thing.
Yeah, we you know, I'm just saying.
I like your faith, CT. I need to attend your church more often.
Every morning, here.
Yes.
Okay, the proverb for the day: the snake and the crab do not sleep together in the same hole.
Hey, boss, I said,
Snake,
crab,
and the crab.
Snake, many people are familiar with.
Yes.
Crab, maybe they've seen a picture of. They've never quite seen a crab.
I've seen people eating it.
It's very nice.
It's very tasty.
Yeah. Very delicious.
It's extremely tasty.
I just didn't know that they could live in
I can't say the same for snake, but crab,
no,
very
crab
nice.
is very, very tasty.
Okay. Very.
If you're talking about the looks, okay, just leave the looks aside. It is tasty. Okay? And then there's something called lobster. Can scare you. Okay? It looks extraterrestrial. But very tasty.
When you throw it on
So
some coals and sprinkle some.
differently. The tongue and the eyes. If you have to take a decision based on the eye, you
don't let the visual impact control your.
However, allow your senses to tell us what you think about this proverb.
Yes. Snake and the crab do not sleep together in the same hole.
Oh. For somebody who doesn't appreciate the taste of the crab.
Or snake, for that matter.
I start with the crab because I see City has really explained how nice it is, and still is not convinced me. So I consider this not to be part of what I'll place on the table. So part of things which I'll push aside. But assuming that I was him, then I would say, sweet and bitter things cannot coexist.
Sweet and bitter things.
Which is the bitter one now? We have to clarify.
Snakes are not bitter, though.
Okay, no sweet and bitter things.
I'm told snakes taste like chicken, though.
Well,
I've had a taste.
So does crocodile.
I've not had the chance. Crocodile I have, and it does taste like chicken.
I've
yes.
eaten something, but finally, when I'm walking out of the restaurant, then I saw and I just said, "Let me turn and exit. I don't want to ask what did I eat." And so that's the closest. But what I know is, I think my interpretation of this would be basically, it's always. It's always possible to have, I think, these are two polarities. I'm looking at the snake, which that's a very charming animal. Biblically, if you look at how sin came into this world, the curses and all that. But then the crab, I don't know whether that crab has some level of intelligence. So for me, I think these are things which hold different pockets of wisdom or intelligence or whatever it is. And so if one is not as wise, I think, how do you keep company of the other?
Huh?
I don't know. That's how I'll fumble.
It's not fumbling. It's not fumbling. It's actually explaining to us in detail how you interact with that particular proverb. And as I say, you cannot be wrong.
You like giving 100%?
Yes, but
on some days when it's raining, you can even go to 150.
Oh. When you ask someone their opinion, they give you their opinion.
Yes.
How can they possibly be wrong?
Oh, sure.
And it's their opinion.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, Boaz, again, even as we looking at having an education conversation, there have been many things. Well, not have been. There are currently many things. And, I've been passionate about this over the last couple of years and said that the way in which we are teaching our children, upon whose responsibility lays, the future of generations, is wanting. The infrastructure, the setup through which we're delivering this vital education is shaky at best. The only way we can establish solutions or have conversations pointing towards a better place is to note that there's a problem, I think. I think as we get into this with Elimu Bora and other things that you've worked on as concerns education, would you give us your thoughts about where the education sector is today across board?
Thank you, Ndu, and thanks, colleagues. I think this is one of the radio stations where education has really been thrust on the table almost each and every other day. I think listening to you a number of times, I'll always feel like, these guys are really trying to make Kenyans think and solve the problems we have in education. So thank you, I appreciate that. And two, also Elimu Bora working group has also been looking at the situation in the country, and not just recently. I think this started many months ago at the beginning of the year, But even before that, in the various agencies forming Elimu Bora have been working also on education. And each and every turn, they've been giving critical comments that, if utilized, would be helpful in rerouting education so that we do not have lots of these recurring problems. Why do I say that? Because where we are at currently, I think the KCSE exams are ongoing.
Yes.
And almost each and every day, you expect to get some report or update on who attempted to cheat where and all that, and you start wondering, what the hell are we dealing with? So that front on the national exams and the cheating menace is still there. And then we also get a feel that somehow after those other grades and the forms that close schools, somehow I'm not getting a feel of how the Ministry of Education is seizing the moment and looking at what needs to be fixed ahead of time. I know the parents are talking of, it's a long holiday, and how we have not been used to this, you see. And it is even longer for those who sat the KCPE.
Yes.
Because, you see, they have almost an extra month. So I would have looked at this being the situation when you have a deeper reflection as a country. And that deeper reflection should be informed by facts and figures, should be informed by the experiences that we've gathered over time, so that the challenges which still continue to follow us each and every moment can be addressed, devoid of politics. I like emphasizing that, because when you introduce that foreign material, then nothing stands, nothing holds, everything is wobbly. This would be the time for us to say, okay, what were we grappling with? We've had a whole year of JSS, grade 7. Those kids have not learned. Those kids have gone through a whole year with 1 or 2 teachers, with 14 learning areas, and then Munavu report comes and tells KICD leaders in reducing this to 9. KICD, I think, is still struggling. How do we even do this? So I would have suggested that this would be the time to undertake those reflections. This would also be the time to by that looking at then the teachers, how to ensure that we get the right number of teachers, because I think it's beginning to look like and feel like the government is comfortable and satisfied that things are running on well. I think just the other day, listening to the president in parliament, he keeps repeating this idea of 56,000 teachers that have been recruited.
Yes.
Of course, it is a record because we have never had such mass recruitment.
Boss, where are these teachers?
Why don't you allow me to finish? I do. The teachers, you told 56,000.
Yes, where are they?
Because they're supposed to be in the JSS. Largely, and that's why I think we've done the math here. At some point, we came around and said it equals to 1.5 teacher per JSS. But what I'm saying is that instead of living in the past, talking about we have done this, I think we should be looking at the gap that we have. And looking at how many more teachers do you still require to put in place so that then we are able to address the gap. You'd also be looking at this is a time that we've had a transition in that in the CBC, where instead of having the infrastructure in place, the workshops, the laboratories, the music rooms, all these things that we expect, the kitchenettes, libraries and all that. And I think we have relapsed and almost said, let nature take its own course, the tsunami way, or rather the El Nino way. So we should have been looking more specifically on how do we deal with that, because if we do not address it as of now, I fear that we could be beginning to fall into the trap of the 844, its introduction. The graph is so similar Unfortunately, the 844 had even a better start because there was lots of equipment and all that. But the graph, the way it's running, it's so similar that we are almost saying we cannot afford this. Or rather, I know Kenya has resources. I'm one of those who keep on saying that the resources we have, if utilized well, applied well, would be able to finance education in a very appropriate manner. But the graph tends to move towards the graph of the 844, where we said we needed a little bit more of the practical-oriented students, those who can who can venture into the world at whatever level. If they exited standard 8, they'll be having some skills that can sustain them in life. But then with time, we removed almost everything that mattered, and then we remained with the biology and the history and all that without very practical orientation on the other aspects that we'd have wanted. Why I'm saying so is we should have been learning that from the previous task forces and presidential working parties and those commissions. We keep on touching or glossing over matters. We keep on just, I don't know what to do, because we fail to get to the depth of what makes us fail on the implementation of grand ideas. I think I know researchers who would be interested to just start looking at these reports from the Ominde Commission now to the Munavu. And then you start realizing, are we just making people to go and cut and paste things or just juggle around? But of course, the Munavu one is a terrible mistake for me, because for the first time, this is the one that did not have serious stewards that ring and protected us from people who would veer off from the constitutional principles, like the right to education and all that. So the previous ones you'd find, like I think Professor Odhiambo's, the one that birthed, so to say, the CBC, when they were told, go and assess education and advise on how do we make education compliant with the Constitution, make recommendations on how to improve and all that. This one, we did not have that kind of ring fencing. So I'm not surprised, I'm not shocked that the kind of pronouncements, recommendations coming from it are as varied. And with that variation, you'd also find that even the implementation is so haphazard that we start here, then we move there. You do somersault within a very short time. You keep on thinking, is like, is this being informed by the report? And I think I have to mention this, because the other day you had the parliament say, how can you start just implementing this
without coming to us?
Without coming to us. But then you realize that our parliament is also not serious, because that is as far as they went. I've even gone to check if there was any instrument transmitted from Parliament telling the ministry, stop this, let's have this in place. I've not come across it. And I've asked, not me as boss, that's Elimu Bora. And I'm saying so because even after that, you realize that the implementation of those recommendations continues. So in other words, I would say that let's not always use every occasion just as a political moment to cool down the tempers. When Kenyans went to election, they knew education needed fixing. They knew almost to the detail what actually needed to be done. And so it became a serious issue for the campaigns. The Azimio, for example, said, the problem we've had is financing. We'll ensure that everybody goes to school from PP1 or kindergarten to the university, publicly funded, so free of charge on the side of the parent and the students. And Kenya Kwanza promised that, okay, we'll actually the promise was to reverse the CBC and all that, and they'll ensure that they create a system that would be suitable for this country. And in fact, they even signed a charter.
Yes.
It's an education charter. But so, in other words, I'm simply saying that education was at the center. Kenyans really wanted education fixed. The problem is, by creating then the Monavu Working Party, Kenyans thought that something serious was being done.
Yes, no. They went around the country.
Kenyans thought that something serious was being done. I'm among those who actually that is what informed the formation of Elimu Bora. Because
did the education system really need fixing?
Education in itself requires improvement. That's why the assessment, the evaluations take place, the periodic reviews take place, so that then you can improve on the aspects which are not working as well.
But what we have is not fixing. This is an overhaul.
Yes, you tell me this is the overhaul started many years back. I think with the CBC, it was an overhaul.
It's not just CBC. Remember what we're now dealing with and what we're calling a practical approach towards the learning system.
Yes.
In a time gone by, there were technical schools.
There were.
Which also taught humanities and sciences.
Yes.
There were schools that taught humanities and sciences, but also had a very strong technical department.
Yes.
They had a home science. All these things that we are referring to as being technical and as being innovative existed. Yes. They were done away with.
Yes.
Okay? Completely. They existed.
They did.
They were there. The equipment was there. This push that you're now hearing as new, it's not new at all. It's not new. We did away with a system that actually had the support system to ensure it actually worked.
Yes.
Adopted a purely theoretical one, and now we are talking about going back to one, okay? And it's supposed to usher us into this new era, and yet, in my mind, it lacks one simple component. What is it in this education system that will guarantee that the learners are able to be creators of opportunities and jobs for themselves? What is it? That component is not there. At best, its existence is in a mention. Somebody may mention it, but how? Because the issue of unemployment was supposed to have been solved through such an education system. Okay? So at whatever level, whether it's an 8, 7, whatever it is, you are able to do something. Now, if this is lacking, how then can we even dare say that the discussion around education is an honest conversation?
That's why, you remember I started by saying the moment we remove this, I love elephants. I didn't want to say remove this elephant called the politics. What do you equate to politics? The moment you remove it, we'll become very sober and actually realize it. Because you remember why I was benchmarking from the 844. And thanks to you, you've taken us even before that.
Yes.
And that is why even the national polytechnics that we had were really working. In fact, in the industry, people would really prefer getting people from the Kenya polytechnics and all that. You see, because the kind of training and all that.
They had
it was. We even had
now
almost lower level village polytechnics.
Yes. And at that level, all of them we converted almost to the universities. And then they are the same ones. Then you come and say, okay, this is so theoretical. So I agree with you on that, but I think what I'm just trying to say, because you called it a total overhaul and all that.
Yes.
I think we've mentioned this and all. And even if you wanted to do an overhaul, I'll give you a city, for example. Now we are doing an overhaul and then we are finishing off the 844. Clearing it off.
Yes.
So the KCP, the last group batch, sat KCP. And then we are saying no more KCP.
Yes.
This is the same government that within its ranks, they know that they are even having the youth and adult education programs. These are the programs which feed to KCP, because these are students also and learners who had started, and some are in class 5, class 6, 7. They have not done KCP, but now recruiting them to the CBC, because they are not CBC students.
They're not.
Now you are telling them, you'll not do KCP again. So the first questions, because I think we had a session as a Limbora, and we were saying, so where do they go? They've not had a chance to sit for the KCP. I'm told the most of the directors who are in charge actually approached the ministry and asked, what do we do with this? And then they were told, no, you just bring them to sit for the KCP and say, how do you do
How do you do that? Okay.
So I'm giving you, that's one of the practical problems.
I know, Mark, I know. There. We need to take a break. So just calm yourself. And then we can ask this question when we come back. Kiwi. Even if things are falling apart, we'll still go to school in January, right? We'll still go to school in January. And I know school fees might be an issue. So Kiwi saying you can step up and shine, *459 *5#. It's a code you will find on the Starburst. When you walk into any supermarket and you get the new logo Kiwi, and so when you dial that and you put the code that you find under the lid into that, you will win airtime instantly, you will win data instantly, and then you get into a draw whereby you could win 35,000 shillings that goes to the school that you are going to, or the one that you've nominated someone to go to, or the school fees that you pay for someone. 35,000 shillings, 4 people every week. Step up and shine with Kiwi today.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We love to share our cultures, and the one thing that unites us all, that celebrates precious moments, nurtures our Kenyan spirit, welcomes, and even inspires. Our language does all of this and more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli ina Brookside Dairy Best.
Can you hear the bell ringing? That's because Tease the Season is back for its 11th year. We have a lot of amazing music and surprises in store for you, so this is a shout out to our early birds. Get your tickets between November 6th and November 12th at ticketsasa.com for the early bird discounted price of 1,300 shillings for a single ticket and 2,500 shillings for a pair. The early bird catches the worm, so get your tickets today and let's start the Kenyan Christmas party early. Tease the Season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
Some very nice, mature music.
They really take me back to my days, and I can just feel young again and enjoy the vibes.
Spice.
I'm a big listener of Spice FM.
You play the best music.
This is 94.4 Spice FM.
17 degrees, cloudy conditions in Nairobi, and it's raining. Highs of 24 today. We'll see highs of 23 in a rainy Nakuru. It's also raining in Nyeri at 18. We'll see highs of 23. Cloudy conditions into rain in Eldoret at 17. And we're looking into a partly sunny Mombasa at 28 with highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Malindi. Kisumu this morning, partly sunny. It's cloudy at 19 in Kakamega, going to highs of 27. Into Kampala, where the sun is out now, highs of 27, and Dar es Salaam will see highs of 31. Mogadishu this morning is sunny at 29, and Addis at 15 is sunny as well. We're looking at sunny conditions at 13 in Johannesburg, and we're looking into a clear Lagos at 26. Kinshasa is cloudy at 24.
Spice up your life.
Really, everywhere you look this morning, traffic is bursting at the seams. Are you on Jogo Road? I'm sorry. Also, looking at Landy's, very, very busy traffic. Langata Road, it's going to spill over towards Raila Odinga Way, connecting with what's coming off Gong Road. And Mombasa Road, then leading into Huru Highway, just as busy. Now, let's take a look at what's coming off of Nzima Springs. This is all coming from Gong Road, touching on Riara, out then towards James Gishuru, and this is all spilling over towards Kuna Road, Red Hill, coming in from Lower Kabete, Spring Valley. All of it is an absolute mess. It doesn't matter whether you're coming or going. Okay, you're coming off Kitisuru, then touching on Limuru Road, and this is all coming in from Ruaka and the Northern Bypass, Red Hill Road. Everywhere is madness. Let's not even talk about the 7th Circle of Hell that is now Kiambu Road and whatever is coming off of Thika Superhighway. It's that Tuesday morning, guys. Wits about, you'll need them. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X as we try to keep things moving this morning.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, as we're coming into 22 minutes to 9 o'clock, FM Boaz Waroko is the strategy and policy advisor for the Elimu Bora Working Group. And before we went to the break, Mark Bichachi is bursting at the seams.
I want to ask the basic question.
Ask the question, Mark.
How educated is someone in public school at whichever level they are supposed to be educated? So how educated is a graduate from Kenyan public system? How educated is a high school graduate from the Kenyan public system? Are they 90% educated to the level of satisfaction, 80%, 70%? Give me a number.
Mark, you're asking me a difficult question. That evaluation, I don't want to do guesswork. But your question...
Give me because what is critical? What is critical?
Yes.
Is the argument will be that we don't have the equipment, we don't have anything, but we've been able to educate this person to 80% satisfaction of what is expected. Right? That's my imagination.
Okay.
So before we get into the spanners, bolts, and nuts, what is the product to an employer, to the business community? What is the product coming out of Kenyan education?
I would actually indicate that the graduates from Kenya actually perform.
Mm-hmm.
I've not heard of serious complaints. There are complaints here and there, and I don't think it is only in Kenya alone. So even with the 844, what you push through and through is what you harvest at the outside there. But I think also, because for me, I would have looked at the philosophical foundation of then the education that we have to have. Because if the education we have is the one that produces the Kenyans that we have currently, the Kenyans that are a little bit more forgetful and a little bit more enticed very easily with things which really do not matter, and the Kenyans which, because I think the indices of very dangerous things, including corruption, including the gender misogynies, the ethnic, those divisions, those kind of things. In other words, it's education then that has not helped us to nurture a cohesive and integrated nation. And then in that case, it means that what is taught in different parts of the country and the way they are socialized, so that kind of an aspect has not really taken into consideration what we as a nation should have. So the very foundation of why do we even want to educate our children to this? We want to educate them as citizens who would be very proud of themselves as citizens of this country, who would be very responsible and who would know that I am because you are, and we work together to make a common good, that kind of a thing. But if the parameters that then we want us to look at is this one can speak good English and all that. You say that may not necessarily be the only yardstick that we may, because if you want to do so, you could have been asking King Charles, who was here, because that is his mother tongue. He's the one who can verify that. But in other words, basically what I'm trying to say is taking stock and just reflecting and saying, what kind of education do we want? I actually thought that with the coming in of the new administration, which happened now to be Ruto's administration, Kenyans really wanted to reflect on that subject. So that Kenyans would now not be telling you that, okay, we just want meter readers and steel fixers and all that. That at whatever level you come out, you're somebody who has been socialized, who has been educated well enough to know that it is only fair and good to do good things. That is how you make a nation. That is how the future generation can, we can bequeath to them something that is much more valuable than the property lands where everybody is being evicted. We are even killing one another looking for this kind of the assets, you see. So essentially, I would have said that part of the package that I would be bringing to the table, this reflective moment, when we have this kind of space, is please, let's walk back. Because I think probably because we have not placed our finger on that, why we even need this education. That's why we pronounce ourselves education reform. And when they say education reform, there are those who have gone to the budget and say Project X in education, that's mine. And this one is yours. This one is, if it is driven by such interests, then we are not getting anywhere. But if it is a reform on the basis of what really do we need to have, what kind of a product, as you're putting it, I think we have also discussed it in this space some time back. What kind of a product would we say when we see somebody out there say, Kenyan educated? That would be very proud of. But I'll tell you, I think on the basic level, I have not come across a Kenyan student or rather a product of this education system who has been told this one is so bad, cannot fit.
Do you know why I asked this question?
Yes, please.
If you travel the world, you'll notice one thing. That management in Kenya is heavier than most places. You'll go to a restaurant outside. I'm getting somewhere. You go to a restaurant and then you'll find the waiter is the cashier. You give them the money, they go to the till, they ring it up, and they put in the money, right?
Yes.
In Kenya, you need managers because the quality of the educated, not the quantity of education, there's a mismatch. In other words, our moral fiber, our national identity has not been transferred in our education. So there is no moral expectation out of a Kenyan student. And the reason why I was asking that, there's a warning in the papers now that says that many parents are being tricked to buy fake KCSE and previously KCPE papers this year.
Tricked?
To buy. Tricked. Now, so here's the thing. You are willing to help your child cheat on the exam.
So they're not being tricked. They know what they're doing.
Of immorality being seconded into a generation. So yes, you produce a very clever Kenyan.
An A grade.
An A grade Kenyan. But a D grade, morally bankrupt individual.
Yes, sure.
So, but surely that's morality transfer.
Mark, the point you're raising is very critical. Because you're saying you're top heavy on management. And indeed, a country that has not realized its values and all that, even right now, many Kenyans, by the way, the civil society has done a lot of work that almost every Kenya says, national values and principles of governance. Go to Article 10 of the Constitution. They are there, So it is chapter 6 on the leadership and integrity. It is there.
Yes.
The preamble tells us actually the prayer that we should be, it's all there. But you see, those are things in place, but the action and practice are totally different. So let me use the milk line, for example. I did dairy and food technology after Tijaton, my first degree. As I'm using that just to tell you, if the milkman would milk that product and deliver it and sell to the consumer without adulteration, there won't be need for any inspectors or supervisors and all that. But because you require, people are not so sure that you'd be trusted with that. Others, you'll add water, add whatever kind of thing. Then you'll need people who enforce standards. You'll need those who do. So you'll put a whole baggage of so many things. And these ones are a charge eating onto the final price that you get, isn't it? So there's a cost to it. Corruption is so expensive. But just living to be good and to be nice, to the extent that I know if I want milk, I can pass through and I don't have a lot of problems. In fact, nowadays, it's not even just, okay, well, I use the milk. But is there any product that we haven't had people attempting to pirate or to create similar products, In
this country, we even sell God. So,
so in other words, I think the moral fiber, yes, but that's why I went to the foundation of it. And for us, I think there are three things that I would mention that are very core to us as a Limubora. We say any opportunity that we get to discuss about education, let us as Kenyans be reminded that first we need to ground it on a rights perspective, because that is the right thing to do. That education is a right, which again we are not negotiating anymore, because that is already in the constitution, in all the statutes that we've been there. It's already prescribed, but we need to embrace it and feel it and actualize it, practice it. Not that we say that, but the opposite is actually what obtains. Two, the foundation or the philosophical foundation of that also tells us that we are not just training or taking our children, youth and all that, just because, baada ya kusoma utapata kazi nzuri, like those songs of the past, because it is not just for to go and get jobs and all that, unless we simply just want to repeat what the colonialists did, where they just wanted people to help them in the farms, and clever enough just to be able to read and keep records, So if we knew that the education we require is the one that would open the minds, the picture that you have, that you can now understand the humanity in its wholesomeness. And that's why we talk about the holistic education. And that the holistic education in our case, I think we are looking at it being found, being established across the board in a way that a school, I'll use a school as a standard. That a school that you find in Barkorua, I keep on mentioning the Barkorua school. But let me just use that. The same one that you'll find at Nairobi Primary School. That the facilities, that teachers, everything that you require, that school here is the same or similar to the school that is elsewhere. In terms of the teachers, just that. ICT, because this is the 21st century, you require these young ones really to be adept at using, and the technology is coming in very, very fast. So we need to be helping and making them to be part of the transformation in the digital age. So for me, and for us, we say that holistic school, which is beyond what I think what the Munavu group was trying to do. They came across something called the comprehensive school system. And they started saying that now you start from PP1 to grade 9. To them, they look at the years of stay in what particular area and then you stretch it. I think there are certain concepts that if we just bring them here, because we know in the US there's some comprehensive school system, there's this and that. I think we need to be very clear that any time that we have this opportunity to reflect and to get the education right, then we bring the holistic picture. We try to ensure that the school system that we have is one that would not leave other sections of the community marginalized or other children behind. I know that is a language we keep using. Even UNESCO has it in their SDG number 4, that leaving no child behind. And in fact, our politicians and those in leadership are very quick to use it, and the public think that they mean what they say. At times, they are saying it because it is a rhetoric. It is what makes others feel happy, but they do not mean it. So what we would be looking at and thinking is we have had a very turbulent period in education. We've reached here. Lots of things haven't been done. Yes, we can point fingers and all that, but that is not where we should be. We should now be looking at how do we ensure that the financing that is required is put in place, and that financing is directed and remitted to the schools at the right time, in the right quantity.
With the right regularity.
Yes, so that at least when you give the school heads the opportunity to manage and the BOMs at those levels, then now you'll be looking at, you guys are not doing the right thing. And two, would also be looking at how do we deal with the teacher issues, because let me tell you right now, I doubt whether our teachers are that motivated.
At what point were they ever motivated, really?
Okay. That is a prayer that we have. By independence. And by the way, there's a time, my dad was a teacher. And it reached a point that I would see other teachers coming home, and they are coming to us, tunataka kuona mwalimu.
But do you know why they were motivated?
Yes.
Why? What was a teacher was not a person, he was an emblem,
Yes.
he was a symbol.
Yes.
What was a teacher symbol of?
Progression.
Yes.
Opportunity.
These are the most important people you had in the
Wisdom.
community.
It was always considered that they were wise.
And whatever it is they were doing was given the best, the highest value you could actually give.
Yes.
True.
Yes.
That is why when you're called mwalimu, respect couldn't get any better.
Yeah.
Okay? What happened then?
We got other people with higher respect. They're called mweshimiwa. Yeah, those are the people in the village lineup now.
We got something called money. That graduated even whatever buffoon at whatever level.
Before money, there came the fact that business became politics and politics became business.
Okay.
Before it was corrupt.
Okay.
And the problem, if you trace down the transition of our societal values, it came a few years after independence, not just for Kenyans, but for many people who had bought the idea that if they bettered their minds, bettered their skill sets, their lives would be better. Then there came a politician who was able to import towels from China and sell to the government and come and drive the best Mercedes better than the teacher. And then our eyes changed. And to this day, there are people in noble professions, professors, doctors, name them, who would leave a noble calling to go into politics because the allure and the grandeur of African power is irresistible.
Mark, something happened before all that. Something happened before all that.
Yes.
That teacher we spoke of, or the time gone by, wanted to teach.
Yes.
Yes. True.
In my mind,
From a desire.
they wanted to teach. It was something that it was sought after.
Yes.
It was something that people who went into it were probably the best that you had
At the
True.
time. Yes.
That is
Yes,
true.
yes, it is
Now came a time when, because we needed teachers, this way in my mind the fatal flaw occurred. If you couldn't get the course you wanted, they gave you education.
Oh yes.
So you started building a cadre of people who are doing jobs they did not want. Now I'm speaking as a teacher. This is not a job you got into if you didn't want to.
True.
Because the demands go beyond just being at work and then leaving at 4. It goes beyond that. Now, the moment you have a cadre of people, give it a generational turnover, who don't want to teach, what do you think they're going to produce?
And most countries that have progressed very well, actually, the top cream are the ones that
End
are
up teaching.
to teach.
Absolutely.
Because then that actually is the right person and the best person to be a teacher. Because that person probably they have shown by example that they can explore all avenues. They can generate knowledge. They they feel like it all the time. So I think South Korea, for example, is a good example because I saw a report around that in 2015 during the Incheon conference, where they were actually indicating that why have they gotten it right? Because everybody's struggling to be at the top, to be a teacher.
Yes,
and that profession
it's a highly
is
sought after,
revered and remunerated also well.
Yes, Mark.
I want to agree with the two because there's a funny phenomenon I've noticed in the corridors of corporate and government Kenya. The number of PhDs who seek civil jobs, who seek management jobs in corporate world. By the time you get a PhD, by definition, you're an academician.
Yes.
I do not understand, for the life of me, as in congratulations on your PhD and everything, I do not understand why a PhD is required to be a manager at Kenya Export Promotion and
because
running agency.
remuneration as a teacher is punitive.
You need the level in order to beg the amount.
Joke.
But you're making my point exactly.
Yes.
Because instead of getting the best to train people to actually do jobs, we are getting the best to compete. At a guy who can do a job at a degree level is competing with a PhD job holder for the same job. It makes no sense.
No, it doesn't.
Boaz, I mean, even if as we look at a time where next year, if we look at this, because now our time is running down.
It's 9th of January.
But we're looking at next year, 2024 is going to be critical because so many things are happening at the same time. Your final KCPEs finished this year. They're getting into Form 1.
Yes.
Your second batch now of junior school comes in.
Grade 6.
Grade 6 now becomes grade 7 and grade 7 becomes grade 8. We're also looking at funding models which are being introduced. We're looking at the STEM approach which is coming into the country starting next year. Critical year. And we still have a backlog of capitation. We still have the funding model still at best upside down. What needs to happen? Some of these things we speak about are not things you can go to school and learn. How are we going to inject this to actually see some kind of semblance of proper operation?
Yeah, we as Limu Bora, we did analysis first on that report that Munavu produced. And we passed our verdict and said totally wanting. Not what we expected. And when the parliament expressed itself, we actually told them, you guys need to do more, a little bit more. Because even look at the funding model. I don't want to discuss it because you are aware we are in court on the matter. So I don't want to open it in such a manner. Because Kenya Human Rights Commission, Limu Bora, and the Student Caucus are in court just challenging that. And the changing pattern and everything, even the reclassification of the subjects and all that, which the KCD is struggling because they have been told to do it this way, but then they are saying the way the subject areas were actually found and brought out. It's not easy. It's not possible to do that kind of a rapid thing. So what I will sum up and tell you is that the people who are in the education sector, the ministry particularly, I think those guys have a headache. They are so stressed.
They need to work on something.
They're so stressed because all the things which they should have been solving bit by bit, the political, you call it the bandwagon, pushed them through. And now they're the ones who are supposed to collect the pieces and reroute it together. Back. So that is a problem.
It needs to be fixed.
They have not been given space to fix it. I don't know how that can be done, but this is our country. Our children cannot be left in that kind of a situation. We need to fix it now. JSS, we are having the second batch. The final group, the final year is remaining grade 9. And then you go to senior school when you have learned nothing in JSS. That is a total disaster.
FM Boaz Waroko, our time is up. I mean, we've even shot over, but thank you for being here and definitely things to look at. Asante Sana this morning.
Awimbo confirmed that there were no fatalities. At least 3 people were killed in separate incidents of drowning following heavy rains that have been reported across the country. Government officials said that this raised the deaths out of rains being experienced in the country to 50. Police said the incidents involving an elderly man, woman, and 6-year-old child were reported in Migori, Naivasha, and Eldoret. The father warned residents against crossing rivers that are swollen, saying that they endanger their lives. This event comes as Interior CS Kithure Kindiki earlier said at least 46 people had been reported dead in separate incidents related to the ongoing El Nino rains. The National Cereals and Produce Board has put in place a raft of safety measures that maize farmers must meet as they deliver their produce to their depots. The majority of the farmers whose maize harvest failed to meet the required standards were turned away at various depots in the North Rift region. Led by their spokesperson Kim Tai Kolum, they said that out of 30 lorry drivers who'd lined up at the Eldoret NCPB depot to deliver maize, only 3 lorries were cleared to offload their produce, with the rest of the maize said to be laced with high moisture content. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has maintained that he won't sign the bipartisan talks report if it fails to address the issue of the high cost of living. Kalonzo says that Azimio's stand from the word go was to see to it that the government addresses the issue of the high taxes that's been burdening Kenyans. This event comes as the technical team has retreated to write the final report, with co-chair Kimani Ichung'wah saying that it will be ready latest on Friday.
Mambo haya mazungumzo pasipo cost of living, gharama ya maisha kuja chini, there is no deal. Si mumesema hiyo? Wangapi wanasema hiyo ndio msimamo wetu kabisa, so that we are very clear. In fact tumeambiwa kama kuna document ya kuweka saini hatuwezi kuweka, na mimi this is very important. We have gone to the grassroots situation. If it doesn't meet the expectations of the Kenyan people, hata ilete kwa bunge.
The Ministry of Education has recorded a decrease in the number of national exam malpractices as compared to last year. Education CS Ezekiel Mashogu says this was made possible through their partnership with the Ministries of Interior and ICT.
Watoto wetu wanafanya KCSE Kenya mzima, hatujakuwa na visa mbaya. Mwaka huu cases tumekuwa naye peke yake ni 46. Karatasi tu hii ya kawaida. Wakati huu we are almost 100% perfect. Mtoto akipata kama ni C, B, akipata kama ni A, hiyo ndio alama ambaye alikuwa amefanya bidii.
On disbursing capitation, Mashogu said that plans were underway to ensure funds reach their respective schools in time for first term.
Tukiingia January, pesa ya primary capitation ya secondary ambayo serikali inatoa itakuwa tayari. Walimu wakuu usiwe na hofu, hatutaki kufanya elimu hiyo ya watu wachache ambayo wako na uwezo, na ile kidogo mtaongeza kama mtoto anaenda national school, extra county school au county, hakuna ngine tena mwalimu atauliza juu ya hiyo. Yule ambaye anataka kuuliza juu ya hiyo aende kwake nyumbani afanye mambo yake.
And finally, in the international scene, thousands could be trapped inside Gaza's largest hospital due to nearby fighting, while officials have warned of rotting bodies piling up there. The hospital's manager said it was under a blockade and that dogs had started eating corpses. The area around the hospital has seen intense fighting in recent days. US President Joe Biden said he hoped to see less intrusive action at the hospital, which he said must be protected. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, it's a few minutes after 9 o'clock and traffic is still crazy in the city this morning. Where is this? This is the Thika Superhighway, heavy with traffic all the way from today, not even just that survey. Beyond that junction, GSU, and then even beyond that, coming in from Githurai, traffic is moving along very, very slowly in these here parts. Also, if we look at this whole area, touching in from James Gishuru, crossing over to the Red Hill Link Road, and then out towards, Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, all of this then touching in on Gigiri Road, and then it comes through Limuru Road. It's a mess. It's very slow. It's very heavy. It's looking just a little bit better coming off of Kiambu Road. Uhuru Highway will be busy through the morning. Langata Road is coming in heavy. It's coming into Raila Odinga Way. And then touching on Uhuru Highway, that's going to be there for some time as well. It's a busy Tuesday morning. Traffic is everywhere you look. How about we try and then take a look in a short while? And let's talk on Spice FM KE on X.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, good morning. And as we're getting into the final hour of today's program, Edna was shouting at me. Let me just tell you now, that's why. Well, we're getting into it this morning, and we're getting into a point whereby we're going to school in January. We will go to school. Now on holiday, everybody's complaining, people are writing exams and they'll come home, and then what will happen? Celebrations will finish, and then what will go on? We're wondering, where will school fees come from? Well, Kiwi has the answer. You've been stepping up and you've been shining for years. And they say, how about we do it one more time as we get into that period where you're not quite sure where school fees are going to come from, right? So you're going to walk into a supermarket and you're going to buy the Kiwi with this particular logo, this new design. You got to pop the lid. Under the lid, you find a code. Then you come back to this starburst and you'll see this dial-up number is *459 *5#. Follow the instructions. Instantly, you win airtime or data. You also then are automatically entered into a draw whereby you could win 35,000 shillings that goes towards school fees. 4 people winning every week. It's a big dent when it comes to what it will do for school fees come January next year. So if you're thinking, where is it going to come from? This is one of the possible ways it could come. Go to supermarket, buy Kiwi, step up and shine today. Okay, that's where we are this morning. And we're getting into the final hour of a conversation today. And our guest this hour is no stranger. Professor Fred Ogola is here with us this morning. He's the chairman of the Operation Linda Jamii. And we're asking questions today that, everybody is like Happy New Year. So when they see you on the 14th of November, they say, how was tree planting? Everybody I see this one, did you plant a tree? And that's like, it's the Happy New Year, at least for today. And that's what we'll be discussing today as we get into it. Our guest host for today has been Mark Bichachi, and looking into this conversation, we get into it. Professor Ogola, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Yeah?
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante, I'm very happy you talk about Kiwi. I remember all of us, when you're doing shopping, when you're going to school.
Yes.
That was one of the most prized items.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I was in St. Mary's Yala. If your shoes cannot shine, and we used to have a motto, shining everything everywhere.
Yeah.
So Kiwi was the way to shine it out.
Imagine.
And I would remember that is not something you could negotiate about. You'd rather not pay school fees.
But not go with your Kiwi.
Yes.
You could pay school fees in
But now
Kiwi.
imagine you can do both.
Yes.
You can shine and pay school fees with Kiwi.
Yes. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
City has a proverb from the Democratic Republic of Congo. It is neighbors with the Republic of Congo. The only difference is that this one is democratic.
Also, the democracy is measured by the lack of a deputy president and a deputy prime minister. That's how you measure democracy.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Really?
We've learned that today.
We've learned that today.
Yes.
Wow. And Kenya, we need more of that now.
No, we need less.
And more governors. We need more according to the constitutional amendments that are afoot.
Yeah.
The democracy that you find in DRC is actually profound. You have all manner of activities taking place, and the thing we seem to know DRC for the most is the conflict.
Unfortunately.
Not just the size of the country, the population, the natural resources, the generosity of the people. All that is lost in the conversation of conflict. Anyway, the snake and the crab do not sleep together in the same hole.
Snake, crab, same hole, onge.
The snake and the crab do not sleep together in the same hole.
What do you think about that?
When you say that, I think about my Solomonic economics.
Explain, please.
Please.
Because in the Solomonic economics, we say that wisdom is what casts away ignorance. When wisdom comes in, we cannot have ignorance. When light comes in, you can have darkness. So in a democratic republic, there must be either darkness or light, and one must give way. In fact, even in our faith, we remember that light and darkness will continue competing, and there's a belief in the end, light will win. We also believe that evil and good will continue competing. In the end, good will overcome evil. So for me, I'm just saying that these are opposites. What I do not know is that I don't know how a snake is the opposite of a crab. But I believe that where the crab survives and what the crab eats and what the crab cherishes, the snake doesn't. So I just believe that there's the opposite of all that. In fact, if you look at where crabs, say, for example, in Mombasa, I don't think we swim in the ocean. Can you ever encounter a snake in the ocean?
Well, there are sea snakes, but I mean...
But that's Australia. There's everything in Australia. So.
Okay.
Yeah, one doesn't come across them very often.
You don't see them very often.
So I believe that the crab maybe needs another kind of water or aquatic environment where a crab survives. It's not the same aquatic environment where snakes can actually thrive.
What?
So those are my 2 cents. So in Kenya also we can relate with that. There are so many things that cannot survive together.
Yes, like politicians and wisdom.
Yes. Wow. Actually, there's a quote by.
We need a drum set for it.
Or a fire extinguisher.
Actually, there's a quote that I actually tweeted that I was going around and I asked, what do you know the difference between a lady and a politician? Do you know the main difference?
I don't know that we want to, but okay, let's go.
Yes, they say that a politician, when a politician says yes, they mean maybe. When they mean maybe, they mean no. And when they say no, they are not politicians. Then the lady, they say that when a lady says no, they mean maybe. When they say maybe, they say absolutely yes. And when they say yes, they are not a lady.
I can tell you one thing, Professor.
That's very dangerous speech.
Not only is it dangerous, you, my friend, are going to get battered.
Properly.
No, I'm saying there's a quote.
Okay, it is not you said somebody said it.
I'm just saying somebody says.
You're going to get battered for daring, even quoting.
To repeat it.
It is one of the most sexist.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying it's a difference. It's a difference because politicians never say no. Tell me.
Okay, so now that we're talking about planting trees, and let's just, no means no, but okay.
Yes.
Yesterday, we planted trees. The country embarked, well, for the most part, at least by speech, on getting into tree planting.
Yeah.
There are many theories that, follow what happened yesterday. But the question is, here we are saying, the national coming together, the communion yesterday was around tree planting, and many could have said it spoke for many other things as well, beyond the physical act of tree planting.
Yeah.
Maybe brought the country together in one way or another. What happens next is what we're discussing at this hour.
Yeah. You see, yesterday I was making a press statement. After I saw this list of, somebody went and put all the CSS in one photo and shows that how they are going to travel from one part to the other, trying to plant trees and supervising the planting of the trees. And I was baffled. And when told me that we came together to plant trees, I don't think we came together to plant trees because we have not even followed the system of government. I'm sure I'm known in this country as a governance expert. I've sat in one of the most big boards in the country. I've trained nearly every single board in Kenya, public, private. I've designed the structure of governance when I was working with the late President Mwai Kibaki. And when we came with Vision 2030, Kibaki asked himself, now, how do you align Vision 2030 to work in a country? Because we have a vision, but how does it work? So I was given an assignment. I went and sat down and realized, how do you coordinate government to work? Because that is the main thing. We came with what's called EMDA. That E is executive order from the president, according to how to implement Vision 2030. M is ministerial policy. So the president gives an executive order, for example, plant 1 billion trees, or the 15. We shall discuss about the possibility of doing that because the math does not math. But I'll give you the number. So if the president says plant 15 billion trees is an executive order from the president, minister in charge of forestry, or for that matter, come with a ministerial policy how to execute that executive order. Then State Department under PSS, which is called now D, comes with the execution framework of the ministerial policy coming from the minister. Then after that, we have an agency, for example, Kenya Forestry Services, which is now A, comes up with how to execute the execution framework coming from the State Department. So when we came to planting trees, it was more or less the president planting trees, ministers are planting trees, supervising planting trees. All ministers became ministers of forestry, you understand? So I was wondering that, is that the way to go, where we just move like that? Do we have any coordination? Do you have any structure? And do we know also that some things have been devolved? When I look at my research today, agriculture, which is a plant, also animal husbandry, are devolved units in government. The money they got, why didn't they devolve this money to counties? Because even we have the governors, we have the county commissioners, we have chiefs, and also we have sub-chiefs. So when we spend 1 billion shillings on air, ministers were ascending and descending, like one ascended from Nairobi, descended in Mombasa. Then ascended from Mombasa, descended in Kisumu.
Oh, you're talking about a helicopter now. Okay. It's not some kind of angelic phenomenon.
Yes. I'm told it does not work. It does not work like that. So we spent 1 billion shillings, staggering 1 billion shillings, in transporting the cabinet to plant trees.
In Makueni.
Okay. How much could we actually do? Then secondly, I was on the ground. I talked to even a chief today. A chief, I won't tell you where because this country is Kenya. He told me they were being asked to look for how to facilitate the government to plant trees. Look for those seedlings and plant. So this money, who was given the money? Tell me which nursery in Kenya was given money or they procured the seedlings to plant trees. Yet the government received the money from wherever they received it. I'm told from IMF. So was this tree planting a Kenyan idea? Or was it just somebody who imposed it on Kenya?
We talked to the CS for environment.
Yes.
And I asked this exact question about whether this is a Kenyan idea, this is a Kenyan. And she said, yes, 100% Kenya. We know there was a promise, there was a plan to have 15 billion trees planted over the next 10 years. And the idea is 1.5 million trees. It is a Kenyan initiative. There will be supportive partners, but this is a Kenyan idea. So, I mean, there's your answer.
I don't believe him because when I was looking at the numbers, and you see, one thing about economics is that as economists, we believe that in God we trust, the rest only just bring numbers. And numbers is only justification. And I was doing maths here, and it's been going around that maths that does not math. If you just look at the numbers of trees we need to plant, 15 billion trees, isn't it?
Yes.
50 billion trees in Kenya. Kenya is what square kilometers? 582,446,000 square kilometers, isn't it? That means you need to have 25,744,000.6 trees per kilometer, isn't it? Now, you tell per kilometer square, you tell me whether that's possible. Mathematically, it's not possible. Of course, they talk about 10 years. So when I tweeted this, someone told me, but of course we are going to plant and cut. Then what's the point of planting and cutting? So if you are planting and cutting, you'll plant some and cut some, which means at any given time, we cannot have 15 billion trees. So was there any study that was done to inform these 15 billion, or somebody just woke up from their bedroom and 15 billion looks good and just mentioned 15 billion? I can tell you what was the planning. You know, I'm an economic expert. Apart from economics, I'm sure now I have 5 undergraduate degrees. One is called City Planning and Urban Policy.
Yes, I know.
City Planning and Urban Policy, I did my own planning and discover it doesn't work. And there are some things to consider. And let me tell you what to do. As an economist, it is not the number of trees we plant, but how many trees actually grow and actually thrive? Secondly, what is it supposed to do? Have we looked at the carbon emission Kenya is having and linked to how many trees we need to plant to offset?
To counter that.
To offset it. There must be KPIs. The KPI cannot just be how many trees you plant, but it can also be the quality of the trees planted.
And this cannot be a resultant effect of just planting these 15
and which
billion
kind
trees.
of trees?
No, and it's a question.
Yes.
This cannot be the resultant effect of planting these trees because, this is, look, fallacious or not, these are some things that come into the minds of people.
Yes.
And everybody, really. You think about the things that have been happening with the environment, whether we want to look at desertification, whether we want to talk about soil erosion and, reduction of forest cover around the world. And the first thing that we have been told from when we were taught is that if you plant trees, you kind of reverse the effects of these things. So is it then premature thinking of a government to come and say where the forest cover is right now at 6.7% for Kenya, and you're trying to get to United Nations has said at the very least, let it be 10%, at the very least. And so you say one of the ways that we know to be able to do this is to plant trees. Can you fault a government for taking that position?
No. Can I ask you a question?
Please ask, CT.
Look at any structured government funding for activities that are known. Let's take education, which we were discussing the previous hour. They have the hugest budget this country has ever seen. On paper, we know exactly where the money goes.
Yeah.
We know. There's capital. We understand the detail.
We know where it should go.
Yeah. Whether it actually gets there, that's a completely different discussion.
Yeah.
You now want to plant trees and you want to start with X number of trees. The goal is what? 15 billion.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
First of all, you start the conversation with a budget. Is that not so? And you say, we have this sort of money. Now, where do you want to plant the trees? You're told, we'll plant the trees here. You'll allocate the money into these places. Why do I talk about allocation? When we had COVID, and the government had 5 billion shillings they wanted to ensure when the right places, every county was given a certain amount of money and they were told what they were supposed to do with it. So when we went to measure, we could actually measure and see, did you build this facility? Did you have the beds? Okay? Now, if you look at other countries where they have started such initiatives, the US is one such place, where they put aside $1.3 billion US. They have a plan not for planting and maintaining. It's not planting. And maintaining. And it is given to specific agencies within the states, and you're told what to expect. And you're even told the groupings that are given, so you know. So let me backtrack and ask the question. Is that what we saw happening here?
No.
And also, just to piggyback on what you're saying, there's a difference between planting trees and forestation. Because if you plant 5 trees really close together in your 1 acre shamba, it does not constitute a forest, even if your neighbor does the same thing. So reforestation and tree planting are different issues.
True.
And I feel, so that I give Prof, would you feel better if the government gave you a blow by blow? This is what we're thinking. Is it reforestation? Is it tree planting? These are the number of trees. They're indigenous. Are they exotic? This is where we are planting them. We want 10,000 in Baringo and we want 1 million in Siaya, whatever it is. Would it be better if the government gave you a blow by blow and carried you along? Because I think, based on what you say, there are gaps in what the government has communicated.
So, Ndu, I agree with my colleagues here, but not as opposed to the government. What we are telling the president, which is clear, is that we have experts in this country.
Right.
I told you a city planning and urban policy expert. And I just said KPI in tree planting is more trees are good for many benefits they provide, isn't it? Focus should be on increasing benefits, not the number of trees, which is 5 billion. And as well, tree diversity and tree equity and quality. Success can be measured by survival rate of planted trees and the canopy area. So when you talk about the issue of forest cover, we are having the wrong KPI. I am an expert in developing KPI for World Bank, how they do things. But here in the country whereby they say they have a plan, and how they are planting, there is no plan. Is there any plan? Will the CSS again continue flying on choppers to check which ones has been watered, which ones are being weeded? And did we even plan and say which kind of a country is having more of that deforestation that needs to be in priority? priority as opposed to this one. But here was like all the counties, everyone is planting. And this was all about the money. According to me, this was all about the money because national government should not plant trees, according to me. In fact, we cannot just have enough time to go to court because even if you go to court, there will be no time before trees were planted already.
Yeah.
But we should go to court and tell the government to do their work and leave the county government do their work. Respect the county government. Why should a CS go to Mombasa, tell Mombasa if you want to do planting trees, go to Homa Bay and tell them, fly to Kisii and tell them.
Because every CS adopted a county. Yes, they did.
Why are they becoming governors? They should then run for governorship. According to me, we have a country with order. In fact, if you look at what happens between our national government in the US and the state governments, their roles are very demarcated. So according to me, devolution has never happened in this country because anybody can wake up and do anything on behalf of the devolved system.
We're going into another situation.
So I'm trying to say, because
so now we're going towards...
the planting trees is a devolved system, is under devolution. And I can read
or
for
rather,
you
the activity of tree planting should now fall under the devolved system.
And what I can tell the president, in as much as they were in a hurry to plant trees, anything that has a structure becomes a little bit stable. So if they are able to embed this in the county government, it could be easier. Then they could give governors target by saying, for example, the governor of Garissa, it doesn't have the same aim as the one of Marsabit. Does not have the same aim as the one of Siaya. There are some areas which are already, for example, if you go to Kajiado with the Ngong Forest, I don't think that we can ask them more. They have already given us too much. What is happening is conservation of those forests. Some people should focus on conservation, others should focus on planting, others should focus on maintaining. So according to me, it was more sporadic. It shows for me the dysfunctionality of the government. The president has goodwill. No one can oppose planting trees, so don't even say I'm opposing it. What I'm doing is that we are doing the right thing, but not rightly. We are being effective, but being inefficient. So according to me, efficiency should be played. But unfortunately, as a governor, as an expert in economics, they say, quoting one of my biggest, let's say, senior called Douglas North, he says that most governments were never born to be efficient. They are never meant to be efficient, and they'll never be efficient. So if you're waiting for efficient from government, you'll wait forever. And that's why we can actually talk to some, for example, private sector can also play a role here. PPP, public-private partnership, to increase the issue of efficiency. Again, we have agencies like Kenya Forestry. So you can put these things into people who can do them efficiently than you being a government planting trees.
Okay, quickly before we take a break, could this not have served as a catalyst for this very same thing that you're talking about? For you to say, okay, let's get round this national momentum and then kind of instill it in people that it was important to do and then now say, go. No?
But let me ask you, how do you plant trees where the people who should benefit from the planting trees suffer? I can ask you, young people are out of jobs, isn't it? If you gave the money that the CSS used to fly around to give kazi mtani kwa vijana to plant trees, kazi wa kina mama to plant trees, women groups are already there. They're already existing structures. For me, it is the way you did it. It's not sustainable. You can do something which is, in my language, you say, whoa, 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 in my language, but it has no impact in the end. It's not sustainable. We are looking at and I saw a woman, a mama who is like my grandmother's age. He said, tupande miti tu kila siku. Si ati tuko na holiday ya kupanda miti. Kwa sababu ukisema holiday, watu watapumzika. Hawatapanda miti. So just calling that thing a holiday, who should be working on a holiday? So it was supposed to be a tree planting day. I even wonder how they call it a holiday for planting trees. I don't see how holiday and tree planting work. Just call it a tree planting day so that people can work but planting trees. Okay. When you call it a holiday, you just spoiled it for me.
Oh, it was sport for you?
No, I mean, you call it a holiday. Some people now are traveling.
Actually went on holiday.
Yes, people went on holiday.
People went on holiday on Friday afternoon and
remember
then came back
something
yesterday
evening. Have you heard something called Casual Friday?
Yes.
I wrote an article, very good article in Economics, by saying the impact of dress down Friday on effective work, because when you say dress down, even people dress down their head. They don't want to work. They want to relax. Just saying dress down day, you even dress down your energy level. Say, today take it easy. It's Friday. Take it easy. So that take it easy was introduced by Dress Down Friday. So by calling this thing holiday for planting trees, I can tell you, if I was president today and declare a tree planting day and don't call it a holiday tree planting day,
it would be more
effective.
Okay, take a sip.
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a break, and then we will come back and discuss this. Even as we go into that, a true cup of Kenyan tea, chai kweli, is made with dairy best. The weather is tea weather, as we've been told. It's outside, it's been raining in sheets, and Dairy Best says, you know what? When you introduce Dairy Best into this bubbling water, whereby it's infused with the richness and creaminess of this great milk, then what you do is that you have a real, true Kenyan cup of tea. Chai kweli ni chai ikona Dairy Best. Our winners, looking at the winners that we had yesterday, remember that we asked you to tell us who you would nominate to have, and Eleni Whitney and Kelvin DeRita, congratulations to you. Our social media team will get in touch with you about how you can pick up your hampers. Keep on chugging Dairy Best Chai Kweli.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
We love to share our cultures, and the one thing that unites us all, that celebrates precious moments, nurtures our Kenyan spirit, welcomes, and even inspires. Our language does all of this and more. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best. We love to share our culture and the one language that unites us all. One that helps us start the day and keeps us going. Brookside Dairy Best is part of every celebration and offers a warm welcome to every home.
Karibuni chai.
Na hii ni lugha ambayo kila Mkenya anaelewa. The more the milk, the better the chai. Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best.
Chai kweli in a Brookside Dairy Best.
Can you hear the bell ringing? That's because Tease This Season is back for its 11th year. We have a lot of amazing music and surprises in store for you, so this is a shout out to our early birds. Get your tickets between November 6th and November 12th at ticketsasa.com for the early bird discounted price of 1,300 shillings for a single ticket and 2,500 shillings for a pair. The early bird catches the worm, so get your tickets today and let's start the Kenyan Christmas party early. Tease the season, a very Kenyan Christmas.
All right, 19 degrees. We'll see partly cloudy conditions through the morning in Nairobi. It's 30 and 19 and partly cloudy in Nakuru, 19 and cloudy in Nyeri. And we're looking at cloudy conditions at 17 in Eldoret, going to highs of 23. Into a partly sunny Mombasa at 29 and looking at 30 degrees and mostly sunny in Malindi. Kisumu this morning is partly sunny at 23 and we will see 21 and mostly cloudy in Kakamega. Kampala mostly cloudy at 21 and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 29. At cloudy conditions in Johannesburg at 13. Mogadishu is sunny at 13 and Addis Ababa is sunny at 19. 26 and sunny in Lagos and 26 and mostly cloudy in Kinshasa. We're looking into a sunny afternoon in Beijing at 12 degrees and in London this morning it's mostly cloudy with a chance of thunderstorms. Paris is raining at 11 and 8 degrees and clear in New York Monday night, coming into Wednesday, highs of 10 and lows of 1. All right, what are we looking at now? Getting out of traffic hour right about that time, but still really busy in most parts of the city. Uhuru Highway is probably going to be out of traffic hour according to the clock, but still really busy through most parts of the morning. James Gishuru, extremely busy this morning, still is spilling over. Your escape route now has traffic, so you might want to think about going in another direction. If you're thinking about using a Red Hill Link Road to get round Lower Kabete and then coming through the city, you might want to rethink that because it's still bumper to bumper. As you're coming off of Thika Superhighway, also some traffic still continues there. Kiambu Road, much better now, but that whole other area going coming in from Village Market, Limuru Road is still very, very busy. Magadi Road, busy as well, feeding on to Langata Road. And we're looking at some parts then getting in from Gong Road, still busy right about now. Let's see what happens through the morning. It's still going to be a busy one with the heavens likely to open at any point, so watch out for that. Let's talk through the morning on Spice FM KE on X.
Chilled Spice. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Okay, so here we are at 23 minutes to 10 o'clock and our conversation continues. I think there's certain things that jump out as Professor Fred Ogola is our guest this hour. And there's certain things that jump out, and I think we can't run away from those, right? So tree planting, nobody's necessarily coming at that as an issue. Very important. I love the example of the woman who said, you know what, it should be an everyday thing. We do it every day. We understand the importance of it. But if you're looking at something of such a huge scale nationally, there should be a plan, there should be communication, it should be strategic, it should be countrywide. It's not a one-day flash in the pan kind of thing. What does it make you think when you see it done in the way in which it has been, void of the strategy and the planning that you speak of, Prof, that perhaps you're saying we should also be wary of?
For me, what I think is that the president needs to get a team that can advise him properly, because the president has so many people who have misadvised him in the past. We can count and count. You go to the Presidential Working Party on Education, I'm sure you know what went wrong. They told him to put a junior secondary school inside a primary school. That was a structural misnomer. Because if you get, primary school teacher is headed by, primary school, the head teacher is a P1 teacher.
Yes.
Now, when you bring a secondary school, junior secondary school inside them, you're bringing a graduate to work under a P1 teacher.
What's wrong with that?
There's an ego issue there. I'm not talking about, you can say, academically there's nothing wrong, but I'm talking about what I know on the ground. I talk to them, they tell me there's an issue. They feel, the head teacher feels they want to be in charge, they want to be in control, and there's something about resource misallocation. So there are so many issues involved with that. So I'm sure, even if you think there's nothing wrong with it academically, practically there's something wrong. And they're thinking somebody could advise otherwise. Now, when you come to this of tree planting, now, what are the variety of trees that will be able to be sustainably planted? Or we are just picking tree from any nursery without any policy on tree planting? Then talk about the issue, is that supposed to be followed structurally? Ministers have come with a ministerial policy on how to plant trees. Which are the best variety of trees to plant around to give us the canopy we're looking for? Can you just do reforestation with any tree anywhere? Have we agreed which is the best tree for Kenya? For example, if you go to some countries, you go, for example, to Washington, D.C., during when we are just ending the winter, you see that time when the flowers come in D.C., and it's a beautiful place people can come and visit.
It's called spring.
It's called what?
Spring.
Could we have something like that? Or for us, we're just planting trees for offsetting carbon, but we can't even find how can we make Kenya attractive for tourists with the trees. We have to think beyond just the normal, the routine of saying let's have trees. Now, as you sit here and do, okay, I'm sure, Muga, I don't know which country you come from. Which trees were they planting in Kisumu?
I have no idea.
And which trees would you like to see in Kisumu? So if you have no idea, who has an idea? So my point is, ministerial policy will ensure things are done in a way that talks about our policy. Yesterday I also questioned what's called the fiscal policies, foreign policies. Do we have them that guides how we do everything we do? Ministers are flying all over the place instead of sitting in the office to come with ministerial policies. Tomorrow they're going to say, oh, now let's go for, devolution conference. All ministers are there. Let's have State House meeting in Kisumu. You pass anything, then let's have them in Kakamega. I mean, what
you're making it seem as if government as a whole has no plan or strategy.
I don't think they do. That's why I'm saying we want to help the president. And let me take you back to the State of the Nation address. There's something the president says that we need to take note of and follow him on. He says, let's pull together. Now, according to me, when he says let's pull together, maybe he has noticed that he's alone and maybe he needs help. If I'm right that he needs help, then let's pull together means here. We have private sector. We have the public sector. We have civil society. We have religious leaders. We have professionals. We have youths. We have women. We have adults. We have provincial administration. How can we come together and pull together as a nation to go the right direction? Because we cannot have somebody pushing and someone is pulling. When we pull together, we move there and become more efficient. So can we structure this pull together? Then the president needs to come now after this and tell us, when I say let's pull together, I want Parliament to do for me this one, Judiciary do for me that one, Executive do for me that one, Secretary do for me that one, Private sector do for me that one. If he clarifies what everyone needs to do to pull together with him, we come and support him. Remember, this is our country. And I'm not saying because I'm cynical. I've seen people who lack leadership. I've seen some leaders in live television, maybe you've seen them saying, Wakenya, you elected Ruto, kuleni kiburu yenu. That is not leadership. You can't tell people to eat their kiburi. As a leader, you have to offer a solution. So as a leader of Linda Jamii, we are offering some solution. For example, peace marathon. We are doing a peace marathon to feel good with the people who are victims of Manamano who have been abandoned by the two principals. Both those people who organized them and those who are not there, to bring even them together to participate with us to heal the nation in peace. So that is the initiative we are doing. You can't tell people eat a kiburi. And then secondly, now we have done more than 1 year since the election. Some people are still reminding us that you elected the wrong government. You cannot remind me my mistake. Even God says that, come to me those who are burdened. These Kenyans are coming to you as leaders telling you we are burdened. We are burdened by taxes. We are burdened by high cost of living. And Jesus says, forgive them. Let them people come together and pull together with the president to ensure people can go to school. But if you are a leader saying, let the president fail so that I can be relevant in 2027, you are a hypocrite. Because when you take over a government which has failed, how will you turn around the economy which is in shambles? We want everything to work so that when we take over our generation, we are not taking over a generation which has been killed, because sustainable development is to develop your country now without compromising the future of the future generation.
Professor,
Remember?
Ask you a question.
Yes.
If you look at the trajectory of the processes that this government has engaged in A, telling us what it is they're doing, and B, trying to convince us that it's meant for economic growth and development and that we're ready for economic takeoff, tell me exactly where we are, at which stage we are at.
That was my question.
Oh, that was your question?
Yes. My question was that the president in the State of the Nation made it very clear that we've been living in largesse, and our largesse has now been tamed, and now our economy is about to completely take off. Now, you are an economist of note. Is this possible? How is this possible? What are Kenyans to expect, even beyond tree planting?
Mark, I'm sure you know very well, when we wrote this book called Solomonic Economics, says Solomonic Economics is moving Kenya to become world-class, or developing countries to become world-class. But Solomonic Economic model has to say that for us to become world-class, there are some things which are middle-class thinking which can take us anywhere. One, have pipe dreams. A pipe dream is not a vision. So by telling Kenya we are on a good track, where is the president getting his data from? Isn't it? So Solomonic Economics says that the first step is objective reality. Where are we? When the president says we have made good progress, this is 14th of November, isn't it?
It is.
14th of November last year, where were we? Ask any woman, child, anybody on the street, and let them tell you whether they are feeling better today than last year. According to me, the dollar is hitting 155, isn't it?
Yes.
The fuel has gone up, isn't it? Inflation has gone up. The purchasing power of Kenya shilling has depreciated so low that now is at 87% compared to last year on 13th of November. So by depreciating the Kenya shillings by around 13%, it means that the buying power of the Kenya shillings is going down. Anybody importing anything to do trade, which means most Kenyans are traders, they are brokers, because most of us we import. We are importers, traders, and brokers. So because of that,
brokers are not traders.
Brokers are brokers.
Just brokers.
Okay, let's leave that. Let me withdraw the word brokers.
Thank you.
So having said that, the objective reality is that the economy is moving more towards suffering than actually recovering. So where is the president getting his data from? Whether you go to Central Bank, you go to Kenya Bureau of Statistics, the statistics are showing the opposite of what he said. We have made progress. So what we are looking at, that the president needs to wake up and smell the coffee and tell us where are we in reality. He talks about paying Eurobond ahead of time.
In December, yes.
That is not necessarily a good thing, isn't it? Because I tell you, I think there are some other indicators, because you can pay the euro early ahead of time, but you are taking Kenyans into suffering. Because according to me, an economy says that a state should spend even to the point of having a deficit to ensure the citizens have basic needs. That is the economic dilemma. Because any Kenyan not eating today, going to bed hungry, are fasting your tax. Because when I go to bed without anything, food in my stomach, food could have been taxed. You're not getting taxes. The president needs to learn something which is clear. When you give, you get. When you only take, we cannot have take government. No giving. So when you give money to Kenyans, you receive it. Money from the state in the hands of a Kenyan is state money. For example, I'll give an example. Let me give a simple example. When Kibaki said, let's have free primary education, Kibaki gave stimulus to the economy. Why? Let's say you pay school fees of 100,000 shillings a year in school fees, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I said free primary education. What will you do with 100,000 shillings? Maybe you can buy yourself a home, isn't it?
Do something
or
else.
maybe you can buy good clothes, you can buy electronics.
Start a business.
Then I tax that money and I get the money back. So when the Kibaki says that free primary education, we did numbers and discovered that in Kenya, every household, which we talk about 21 million households, spend an average of 10,000 shillings per year in education. So multiply 10,000 times 21 million, that is a stimulus in the economy. He gave Kenyan, this is your money, and that money Kenyan spent it, and that's why the economy grew. But when we are just taking from people, giving nothing, you are suffocating them. In fact, that's why companies, when they set up, they pay taxes, they ensure people are earning money, the same people earn money, buy their products, and then the companies grow. A company cannot grow itself in the midst of a vacuum of everyone who is poor.
Prof, let me ask you a question. In the reporting yesterday of the tree planting, it is said that this is part of the government's, the president's agenda to reduce the cost of living, and that is going to be a boon for Kenyans. I didn't quite understand the length and breadth of the logic, but allow me to ask City.
Yes.
City has seen me where I'm coming from. How is that going to benefit Kenyans? Short term, mid term, long term?
Of course, a tree, tell me, that's why I was asking, which tree are we planting? Is it Bloomberg tree? Is it blue gum? Because if you plant a tree that matures in 10 years, actually those trees will mature when he's out of office, unless he's staying forever. Short term is this, my brother. St. Augustine, no, I'm a staunch Catholic, but also a very staunch Christian, but just a religious person, if you like.
Got it.
St. Augustine says that the person dying of hunger is dying now, isn't it?
Yes.
The person who has no clothes is feeling cold today.
Now.
The person without a house is sleeping outside in the cold today. The person sick in hospital without medical care is dying today. A child who has not paid school fees and can't go to school, their future is being wasted today. What is your priority as a president? Planting trees. So I'm asking myself, fiscal policy needs to be done, isn't it? What are the priorities? Trees are okay.
It's good.
But what are the priorities? Let's be clear about that. And if we are given 15 billion shillings to plant trees, isn't it? Let me ask you, if you are going to ask money from anyone, development partners like IMF or World Bank, you ask them for money for planting trees when a Kenyan is lying in hospital, are you a leader?
Okay.
Because leaders eat last, we say, isn't it?
Oh, they should.
So, but leaders are eating before anyone eats. As a head of a household, I'm a father, isn't it? When food comes to the table, I think City Moga, you see this, isn't it? Kwanza wanapakulianga nani, sivyo? In our culture, they tend to pakulia mkubwa kwanza, the father. Kids are going to eat the remains. But that's what we are bringing to governance. But leadership, you should eat when everybody has eaten. But here in Kenya, ukenda kwa a good ceremony, the leaders first of all wash their hands when other people are still watching. We should reverse this culture. Let Wanjiku wash their hands first. That's why in the Solomonic economic model, I've come with a challenge by saying, let us have what we call subsidiarity in the budgeting process. What do I mean by that?
In English, yeah.
First, go and look at the sub-national priorities, people on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Then after you sort their sub-national priorities is when you come with national priorities, because we have done economics and discovered that national budget, which are done using national priorities, are actually political priorities.
So we're saying that by and large, Prof,
that
there is a misdirection when it comes to priorities. For one, if you're talking about a citizenship over which you govern, and this citizen is hungry, this citizen is sick, this citizen has no home, this citizen, their children are not able to go to school and receive the basic rights, because we're talking about, these are rights, these are basic things. We're not being luxurious, we are not talking about, something out of the basic things. If those things are not taken care of, you have no business being involved in things that will not make these 5 things happen.
Yeah, of course. And that's why even the same St. Augustine says that you are allowed to steal, if you are dying of hunger, steal enough to keep you alive. What does he say that? Do you know without money you can't even be a Christian? Because even in churches, before you get your child baptized, you need to pay for a card for the sacrament. It means that we must have a minimum, even to be even a mother, I'm sure, and do you know that? You even need a minimum amount of money to be a father. Even you lose dignity if you have no minimum. And we cannot be talking about a tree which will mature in 10 years when someone is dying of hunger. Then lastly, they said that we need to move as fast as the slowest person. And in economics, we say we need to move as fast as the poorest person. And that's why even World Bank start by, for example, Kenya is a middle income economy. There are some funding Kenya cannot receive, but you can give to Sudan or Somalia more funds than you can give to Kenya.
The gentleman on your right might disagree with you in terms of a middle income.
We are not a middle income.
I have a question.
We have been rated by World Bank like that.
Okay, I have a question.
Ask your question.
The World Bank has got it wrong.
There's been this major issue. Subsidizing consumption and subsidizing production. I spent a stint in working for the Treasury for a while. I never came across such terms. What is the difference? Is there a material difference? Should we today subsidize fuel? Do tells me it is Valentine's Day for petrol heads like myself.
Yes.
So what is the difference? Is there a difference? What should the government do in the question of subsidies?
Gentlemen, before you get there, Prof, you are the economist. What is a subsidy?
A subsidy is to put some is to cushion. It's like a subsidy is an economic tool.
Okay,
a subsidy is to pay something for somebody.
This payment, where does the money come from?
The money comes from the taxpayers' money.
Precisely. Now, fuel has God knows how many so-called costs to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Landed cost of fuel we know is this much. Then there's this levy and this levy for the road and for this, for stabilization, all these things.
There are 9.
It is prepaid for.
Yeah.
So when the government says they're subsidizing fuel, what are they talking about?
No, by the way, let me tell you.
When you already have money for that, it's already in the fuel. We've prepaid for it and we haven't always needed it and it was still there. where did that amount that was being deducted go to? So that now we are being lumped with
Let
this
me tell you this: when President Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, I was among the people who are trying to weigh in whether he was supposed to give subsidies or just not to tax. Because if you are telling I'm giving you subsidy of 2 shillings per litre,
yes,
but I'm taxing it around 70 shillings per litre,
yes,
why don't I just remove the tax and then you get the fuel? But
Yes.
people tell me we do it for political expediency by saying I have given you 2 shillings. The Wanjiku, who is not very clear about economics, will say the president has given us. It's a political opinion by
How
saying
you
I have
something that we've already given you.
So that's the point.
How are you giving it to us?
You see,
But let me go to the issue.
That is my question.
But let me go to the issue.
Because
So
when it comes to subsidies, there is no such thing as subsidizing production versus subsidizing consumption.
That's what I'm to explain now.
Because at the end of the day, a subsidy is a subsidy. Is a subsidy.
Let me tell you this.
At the core.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you this. There's nothing like separating those two issues, isn't it? Let me just use a simple example. My mother, who comes from Murang'a, plant potatoes, isn't it? And then I tell my mother that for the fertilizers you're using and all these things, I'm going to subsidize I'm going to subsidize those things so that your cost of producing potatoes is cheaper, isn't it? What is my reason? My reason is that now to the end user, it should be cheaper. So by putting money on lowering the production cost, because how did we pricing? We compute the production cost, distribution cost, marketing cost, then after we price the product on the shelf. So if I lower that at the production level, I expect it to be lower also at the shop and the shelf.
At the retail
So
level.
this was a language to be used, isn't it? Just to tell Uhuru Kenyatta that he was wasting money in subsidizing fuel. These guys will do production, but it's the same thing. Because that's called a value chain, isn't it? Value chain moves from production, distribution, retail, and wholesale. So anything you do there is the same. You can subsidize we talk about in strategy, we talk about the issue of downstream and upstream. Upstream is the product, is the generation. Downstream is at the distribution and sales. So whatever you do in that value chain is the same. For example, a river Nzoia is moving from this area to there. Whether you fetch the water at the beginning or you fetch at the end, you are fetching water. So it does not make any economic sense to distinguish them. What do Wanjiku care? Let's not waste time with this English here. Wanjiku cares that I can afford potato and put it in my stomach.
Yes.
You are going to too many English here. My mother cares that I can afford healthcare for my children. Whether you subsidize education, you pay teachers, what they care is, can my child go to school and afford?
However you're going
and there's
to do
a
it.
formula. There's a formula for what's called a buying power of the people. Can you just improve the buying power? So even there are two ways. Should I increase your income or should I subsidize fuel?
Okay.
So there are many formulas here. For me,
what is the health status of the country?
The health status.
Are we healthy? Are we in the ward? Are we in...
we are in trouble. We are in trouble because of this. We have debt we are paying, from money which we didn't get. If I tell you now, to vomit bread, and since morning you have never eaten bread.
Where will it
so
come
we
from?
have money which we are paying back to the financial lender, which never came to the economy, and therefore we have illegal debt because according to Treasury we have 6.1 trillion debt. According to Parliament it is 2.1 trillion. So this 4 trillion is legal debt. Some of them at 50% interest
must be paid. Professor Fred Ogola, obviously conversations cannot end on this. So thank you for being here this morning. We will continue with these conversations for sure. Mark Bichachi, you've been a sport. Thanks for being guest host today.
Honored.
Asante Sana Kilamtu. We'll talk again tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The hearing of the 63 billion shillings Aurora and Kimarere Dams case facing former Treasury CS Henry Rotich proceeds today. Parties in the case are expected to highlight their submissions after the prosecution concluded its case against Rotich and his co-accused in the matter. A total of 50 witnesses were called to testify, although most of them were discharged without giving their testimony